Hey guys, tonight we mount camels under a sky heavy with stars, the kind that press down like cold jewels on velvet. You fasten the saddle's last strap, leather groaning under your palm, as the desert exhales cinnamon and dust. Spoiler alert, you'll probably lose at least 2 toes to frostbite before dawn. Moroccan nights don't care about your homage to Lawrence of Arabia fantasy. So, before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment. Where are you right now? And what's the local time? Sydney's midnight or London's tea kettle hour? Now, dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your camel snorts, a wet sound that echoes off the dunes as you cinch the final knot. Nightjars trill from the shadows, those desert birds rumored to carry dead merchants bargaining curses in their songs. Historians still argue whether Roman traders preferred salt slabs over gold, when a single block could buy a whole legion's loyalty. You adjust your turban knowing caravans crossed these sands for centuries, spices shifting empires, while your souls already feel phantom blisters forming. Ahead, dunes fold into darkness, each crest a frozen wave under the moon. Salt hangs in the air, a metallic kiss that dries your tongue faster than prayer. Funny thing about camels, they weep real tears when overburdened, and yours gives you the side-eye of betrayal already. The saddlebags creak with provisions, dried apricots, rice sacks, and those fig cakes that'll fossilize by week 3. North Star glitters like a fox's eye, an old Saharan compass, older than the Quranic verses hummed by guides. Did you know some traders buried loved ones under walking paths, believing their ghosts strengthened resolve? You won't, of course, but you'll spot a child's leather doll, half buried by winds, her stitched grin bleached white. Sigil Mossa's last torches fade, a receding firefly glow on the horizon. You count camels by ear, 27 groans answered by the jingle of copper bells. 83 miles of nothingness stretch ahead, if Ibn Battuta's scribbled maps still hold truth, which they never do. Something scrapes against rock, a viper or a loosened dagger, and you freeze, hand hovering over the hilt with tourist's hesitation. The ledger in your chest wrap feels suddenly heavier, its goatskin pages infused with stale lavender. 3 generations of debt trail, you each entry inked during sandstorms, smudged dates, accusing you of optimism. Salt trading built Timbuktu's universities. Yet, we'll never know how many scholars died for a taste of ocean-touched crystals. Wind picks up, needling your cheeks with grit, as you unwrap a cloth of goat cheese. It tastes like wet chalk hurried through mint, a delicacy gifted by the widow from Fez. She slipped her address into your boot, proving even mercantile doom can't kill bad flirting. Hour 3 brings the first hallucination, distant palms shimmering, where none grow, tempting as mirages always do. A desert fox yips, its cry short and efficient, unlike your own clumsy need for poetry. The nightjar tail weaves closer now, each note sounding like coins, clinking in a miser's pouch. Beneath your camel's paws, sand gives way to gravel, the ghost of seabeds, from when all this was water. Traders whispered of fishing here, but that's clearly date wine nonsense, though mica flakes glitter like fish scales underfoot. Your camel hallets, lamenting the vanished grass, while you sip tepid water tasting of wooden canteens. By hour 5, your thighs scream for reprieve, a sensation that'll blossom into legendary stiffness by dawn. Ahead, stone pillars rise, broken sentinels from some forgotten outpost, where even the scorpions moved on. You trace a glyph carved by a homesick legionnaire, Capito Loves Thssalonicia. The V, half erased by centuries of jealous wind. A thorn catches your robe, the fabric tearing with a sigh, and you mutter curses in timezone, badly. Nightjars mock your accent, their wings brushing stars as they dart between scrub bushes. Cold sets in that bone-ache Saharans call the blue breath, so you fumble for a woolen shroud that smells of attic memory. Dawn stains the eastern sky, bruise purple and gold, while the western horizon clings to stubborn dark. Your camel's shuffling gait lulls you into half-dreams, visions of tax collectors and smooth carved salt gods. Someone, maybe you, dropped a water skin miles back, its loss already gnawing at your throat. The ledger scratches against your ribs with each sway, an impatient scribe demanding attention. 22 days to Tagheza if the dunes don't decide to dance. But they always dance. You count camels again, 26 groans now, registering loss before your bleary eyes confirm it one beast lighter. Sand shifts, revealing a shard of Chinese porcelain, turquoise dragon wing, glinting, discarded 8 centuries ago. How it got here, only monsoon traders and shipwrecked ceramics know, or thieves who underestimated crosswinds. You pocket it absently, reward for the vigilant, as the last star blinks out above. Your numb fingers graze the camel's ear, frost stippling its fur, as sunrise bleeds hotter colors. The desert exhales again, leaving salt on your lips, and you wonder how many breaths until home. Dawn cracks the desert sky, a raw wound spilling apricot light across dust. You count 57 shadows stirring in the half-dark, camels groaning like rusty hinges, and men shrugging off nightfall's chill. The air tastes of flatbread baked on stones, someone's breakfast fire, already whispering smoke. Your lead camel huffs, remembering last night's promises of spices, but now braces for Taghaza's salt mines. Taghaza, that cursed quarry where sweat turns crusty before hitting sand. You tighten your headscarf, muttering praise when the guide appears, a man with crow-track wrinkles and indigo robes faded by sun. He carries no water skin, only a bundle of willow switches for counting strikes against stubborn beasts. A boy trots past, his arms stacked with date sacks, each one stamped with vermilion dye. You smirk, thinking how traders once used crocodile bile to mark goods, until someone discovered it, attracted rather than repelled sand flies. Progress, you suppose, tastes like chemical dyes now. The guide barks at a mule driver rearranging salt bricks. You know those white blocks gleam ahead. Historians still argue whether salt or gold weighed heavier in the trade scales. But you know the answer when a single block buys 3 goats south of here. North it buys less. Distance eats value like locusts on wheat. Your camel jostles against another, their harness bells clanking mismatched tunes. 3 merchants nearby haggle over ledger entries, scratching numbers onto wax tablets. One swears by Phoenician math. Another uses Roman numerals like his grandfather taught him. You stick to Berber tallies, simple lines drawn in charcoal. Salt traded for indigo, indigo for iron, iron for, well, everyone owes someone. A gust kicks sand into your teeth, gritty welcome to the day. You spit hard, spotting the faint crimson line on the eastern dunes. Old maps claimed caravans, followed starlight, reflected in mica deposits. But you let the salt guide you tag hazes, crusted veins, pull like lodestones. The guide snaps a willow switch. The crack makes even camels flinch. Then he laughs, showing gaps where teeth once anchored. You've heard Tuareg traders file theirs to points. He just lost them biting open unripe almonds. Stacked salt blocks creak on mule backs, white as dried bone, and just as light. You press a palm to one, cold seeping into your skin, ancient ocean beds whispering through your calluses. Someone jokes about licking the cargo don't. Your tongue would crust shut before noon, and camels hate carrying corpses. A merchant trots up, his blue turban unwinding like a drunk serpent. He offers raisins from Fes' golden ones, plus gossip about caravan routes. Never trust men selling fruit early. They want to swap your good camels for ones cursed with worm-eyed ancestors. But you take the raisins' pockets too, and let him ramble about buried Ottoman guns up north. Wind shifts, sniffs you over, brings hot iron and urine-soaked sand. Camels empty their bladders with zero subtlety, making streams that vanish before reaching the poor scrub brush. You blink counting beasts again. 49 mules, 8 camels, 63. No, 57 total. 3 mules traded last moon for spare wheels. Smooth transaction. No blood involved. Someone shouts, pointing southwest. A dust spiral twisting toward the sun. Could be wind, could be riders, could be nothing. The guide spits, declaring it just a desert djinn kicking its heels. His willow switches stay limp, a decent sign. Salt piles on every mule now, straps tightened with swift kicks. Guides know how legs make better levers than hands out here. Tag Hayes's reputation clings. It was a mine worked by slaves. Some say criminals, others say saints, all punished by heat. You touch the ledger inside your robe, bound in ibis skin, already warm with false promises of profit. The caravan starts moving, an accordion of beasts and curses. The sun, now fully birthed, welcoming you to another skin-peeling day. Camels step high like dancers, avoiding scorpions. But mostly, it's pride, their humps still full from last night's feed. You glance back, hill imprints remain where bodies slept, already blowing away like chalk marks. Tracks last longer in coastal sand. But you walk where winds edit all mistakes by noon. A driver hums a long-ago war song. Off-key, you remember the wooden caravan back north, abandoned last autumn. Termites ate the wheels first. Generous little bastards saved you from bad trade deals. 2 mules collide, salt blocks chiming like broken bells. Their handlers pull ropes, knuckles white as the cargo. 57 shadows roll forward 1 step, then 2, eternity measured in hoofdents. Someone offers you roasted grasshoppers, breakfast of kings, if you ignore how their legs catch in your teeth. You decline, pocket another raisin, letting hunger wait until the first sunburn. The horizon wobbles, heat stewing. But Tagheza isn't a mirage. It's solid agony in salt form. Guides their once traded maps drawn on goat hide, the ink supposedly blended with mirage water. Fools paid extra for the magic. Your map's in your head and smells less like goat urine. The ledger feels heavier, pages pressing into your ribs, ink not yet spilled, numbers still obedient. For now, camels sneeze, the desert's way of saying bless you, or mocking the man who forgot his extra socks. You count steps, each one earning a pinch of salt, each pinch a copper coin, each coin a threadbare prayer. 57 shadows stretch long, already plotting new angles for the midday furnace. You tighten your grip on the reins, knowing Taghaze's salt waits patient as a trapped scorpion. The guide's willow switch cracks again, marking time, marking pain, marking onward. Sand swallows your footprints within 3 strides, the empty quarter erasing proof you ever walked here. You hum your great-grandfather's navigation verses, those old Berber rhymes about dunes shaped like sleeping lions. Historians still argue whether star paths or sand shapes guided early traders best. You use both, plus stubbornness. The ledger flaps inside your robe, pages restless as a caged hawk. Wind rifles through its corners, ink smudging the 42 sacks remaining entry. Your finger traces the numbers. They feel heavier than Taghaze's salt, each digit a stone in your gut. Sunlight bleaches the sky white, no mercy left in the heavens. You pull your scarf tighter, remembering Aunt Zara's warning about sand that drinks eyeballs. She swore travelers went blind here, claimed their pupils shriveled like dates, left too long in the sun. Probably just her way to keep you home. Camels snort 2 paces ahead, their humps swaying like drunk ferrymen. Guides say these beasts smell water 6 hours away. Yours recently bawled at mirages for 2 days straight. Still, you trust them more than the maps drawn by that Alexander, the great impersonator back in Marrakesh. Guy thought north was where his beard pointed. A gust hurls grit at your cheeks, sharp as ground glass. The dunes around you breathe, rising and falling, their slopes smooth as silk. Mainland traders call this place Rub al-Khali, but nomads know it as the mother's unmade bed sheets, forever wrinkled. Watch your step. Some folds hide pits deeper than a merchant's greed. Your toe kicks something pale, a camel rib bone worn shiny by sand. Bones make better mile markers than rocks. They don't sink. Scavengers drag them nowhere. You count 93 ribs. Since dawn, 9 more than yesterday. The desert's spine grows restless. Salt blocks chime on the mules, their straps creaking worse than a shipwreck. Someone claims moonless nights make cargo sing, mandolin notes trapped in the crystal lattices, and who's sane enough to argue? You press your ear to a block, hearing only your own pulse thudding like a scared rabbit. A shadow darts left, too quick for a desert fox, probably just heat jitters from the noon glare. Legends whisper of scorpion-tailed ghouls stealing salted meat here. Makes you check the mule packs twice. No missing salt, a miracle, though fear tastes like old copper coins under your tongue. The guide halts, holding up a hand like a broken clock. He scoops sand, letting grains slip between cracked fingers, watching how they fall. Some swear sand whispers the safest paths, writing glyphs only bloodline dune readers can translate. But honestly, it's 50% luck. You squat beside him, spilling 3 pages from the ledger, fumbling to restuff them before wind claims your debts. Pages 81 and 82 tear-free, flapping eastward, 2 debts erased without repentance. Curses rise in your throat bitter as unripe olives. Another merchant points to the slope, a rock mosaic, half buried in grit. Round stones form spiral patterns. Some old kingdoms attempt to map the stars. Scholars dispute its makers. Was it Almoravid surveyors, or lost Nabateans desperate to mark their passage? You shrug. Out here, the geniuses are the ones smart enough to leave. Water skins slosh, their weight taunting you hours since the last sip. Desert rule says drink when another pisses. But camels pee like waterfalls. Your bladder stays cramped from fear. Focus instead on hussing the tea seller's trick. Suck pebbles until they gleam, keep spit flowing. The ache remains, thirsts a bad debtor who always collects. Sand slithers into your boots, grainy invaders nothing can repel. You recall port town wives slathering calves in olive oil and honey. A barrier against caked dust, works better than prayers, stinks better too. Distant dunes shiver, a sandstorm brewing breastbone deep in the horizon. It won't hit till dusk. Storms always do, preferring drama over efficiency. You wrap your face, tying knots tighter than a hangman's noose. The ledger's spine bends against your ribs, protesting. Someone giggles, high-pitched, like a child hiding just beyond sight. Campfire tales say empty quarter winds mimic lost voices, trying to lure wanderers astray. You shout a nursery rhyme back, off-key, proving you're the menace here. The caravan drags forward, steps slower. Now, the sun, a drunk god crushing your shoulders. Trade ledgers from Fatimid Cairo warn against crossing, after Scorpio appears. But Scorpio's always skulking here, that glittering backstabber of a constellation. A thorn tree skeleton looms, bare branches clawing skyward. Arabs call it the gaff, thinks it pushes new roots sky first. Utter nonsense, of course, but a decent landmark. You break off a twig yellow as old teeth, tuck it behind your ear for luck. Shadows stretch longer, sun, now sinking, staining dunes, bruised violet. Stars begin pricking the canopy, your great-grandfathers' verses circle louder. That bit about following the falcon's beak south. Not tonight. Westman's star glints misleading, like a tax collector's smile. You stop to study the horizon, sand groaning beneath your soles. Somewhere beneath here, rumor claims, Lieutenant Percy Fawcett buried spare fuel for eternal truck journeys. Utter nonsense. Yet men still dig for his rusty ghosts. Night jars cry their ghost songs thick as wool. The ledger flutters again, pages flapping like moth wings, trapped numbers gnawing at their cells. Salt shifts on mule flesh, one block cracking like knuckles before a fistfight. Your toe stubs against buried rock, a flint spearhead, still sharp enough to gut bad luck. Archaeologists bicker over if these arrowheads felled game or rival traders. But the desert remembers blood either way. You pocket it, the weight comforting in your palm, a tool older than ledger debts. Stars multiply, the Milky Way now a sandstorm in reverse, dust dragged upward into infinity. You whistle through cracked lips, 3 notes from a Seuss lullaby, your father's off-key version. The camels tilt ears, unimpressed. Wind tugs at your robe, whispering old threats against flammable things. The next dune looms, a slope steeper than bankers' morals. Steps shorten, lungs burning, each breath sharper than the last. Salt licks your nape, sweat drying faster than ale tossed on tavern floors. Your great-grandfather's rhyme drifts back 3rd stanza, where scorpions circle their own tails, turn left till sand tastes sweet. Nonsense, of course. But you veer left anyway, boot slipping on loose grains. The ledger's spine cracks, another page tier, this one costlier than a camel load of peacocks. The desert feeds on order. Patch the edges with resin later, if there is a later. Cold seeps upward as stars brighten, night's frozen lung exhaling over the sands. You shiver, clothing too thin now, regretting every snide thought about Aunt Sarah's wool trousers. A mule brays, loud as a dying trumpet, every head turning. Shadows coil near its legs, too low for jackals, probably just wind-scudded tumbleweeds. Frenzied whispering starts men gripping amulets, preparing to blame whoever smelled least pious. You inhale slowly, air so dry it cracks your sinuses, counting camels again. 39 wait, 40 shadows. Recount. 39 we lost. Hamid's spotted mule last dust up. Memory trickery again. Grief is a poor accountant. Twin fires glow atop the next ridge, too still for lightning bugs. Caravan wives whisper of married demons who burn caravan leaders from jealousy. but it's likely just two stars kissing the horizon. Your fingers automatically sketch tonight's route into the ledger margin, crooked lines no sane cartographer would bless. Economics govern more than trade. You scrawl, then scratch it out before the ink tempts fate. Moonrise prize, open the eastern sky, bone white and grinning. Great-grandfathers' verses grow urgent. They claim Moonshadow breeds mirages of long-dead wells. You blink against the glare, searching, spotting only endless silver dunes, truth in waves. Salt shifts again, one mule staggering, left like a drunkard. A strap snaps, blocks crashing down, shattered crystals glinting like spilled diamond teeth. The crash echoes, rippling across the desert, so loud even planets might turn. 20 men groan as you help reload, hands raw from grabbing the blocks. Salt stinging fresh blisters. Trade experts still disagree if salt was ballast back then or currency. But no one argues its talent for destruction. The ledger feels scorching now, its ibis skin cover slick with stolen moonlight. Pages rustle without wind, hinting at numbers best left buried. Your great-grandfather's voice in every flicker. Wind dies, air so still you hear scorpion feet skittering over sand, 7 paces off. The verse warns this stillness as bait you hurl a pebble. The skittering stops. Smart creatures survive empty kingdoms. Dawn crouches beyond sight, the desert holding its breath for the sun's return. Your legs scream, thighs buckling each rise. The ledger's restless flutter against your ribs, the only compass left. Your tongue swells, a woolen lump in your mouth, each breath scraping like pumice stone. The horizon ripples, tantalizing silver lakes, forming a mirage even the camels now ignore. Desert wisdom says mirages show what you deserve, not desire. Apparently, you rate a swimming pool of sand. 3 vultures circle their shadows, stitching crosses on the dunes. A 4th joins, tourists eager for a discount buffet. Aunt Zara used to scare you with tales of sackers, undead nomads who lure travelers toward false oases. But Aunt Zara also believed garlic cured camel mange. Your great-grandfather's rhyme murmurs in your ear when sands blur like wet paint, spit twice north and blindfold left. You lack water for spitting, so improvise, tossing a copper coin instead. It lands tails, whatever that means. Guidance systems here work on pure spite. The sun bleeds the last color from your world dunes, shifting to ashen gray. Historians document how trans-Saharan caravans mapped oases like chess moves, each waterhole a square bought with sweat. Grim comfort when your canteen taps echo like an empty tomb. A mule collapses, knees buckling slow as sunset, salt blocks tumbling into a mockery of snowdrifts. No one helps repack, every throat too parched for cursing. Hands move like rusted automata. 20 miles back, you met a merchant who swore salt glowed when near water, hinted it smelled like wet iron. Liar, salt just crumbles silent and useless. Dusk arrives without mercy, stars prickle through the purple haze. One gleams too fiercely, wavering, steadying no. It's a palm frond's silhouette against the moon. Your heart thumps once sharp, as a scorpion strike could it be. The camels lift their heads, nostrils flaring, then bellow like broken bagpipes, lurching forward. Hope's a dangerous draft. You chug it anyway, stumbling after them. Wind carries a scent, algae and damp stone, or delirium's latest perfume. Date palms pierce the gloom, branches shaggy as unkempt beards, a dozen clustered tight. Oases hide their true size, shy brides lifting veils reluctantly. But any water's a kingdom here. Your legs forget their protests, sprinting, ripping through thorn bushes that claw your robe. Moonlight glints on black water, a pond no wider than a merchant's greed. You crash to your knees, scooping liquid grit before lips touch it. The first sip burns chlorine sharp. Greed gulps follow each mouthful colder, metallic, like sucking on a smithy's anvil. Historians still argue whether Saharan springs taste metallic from minerals or centuries of pilgrim tears. Doesn't matter, right now it's sweeter than a vizier's sherbet. Someone's donkey plunges in scattering frogs that glow faintly green. Timbuktu scholars call them water ghosts, claim they absorb moonlight for photosynthesis. Absolute rubbish, but pretty. You watch the glowing dots vanish, replacing reality with myth. The desert specializes in both. Thirst slaked, you notice the cold, wet tunic clinging like a corpse's embrace. Palm shadows dance overhead. Old leaves hissing gossip in the breeze. Caravan tales warn that oases eavesdrop, report trespassers to desert djinns. Tonight, you couldn't care less. Salt blocks need unloading, straps sodden and stretchy as old sinew. You splash toward the mules, boots slurping mud, the ledger safe in its oilskin pouch. 5 sacks split during the chaos, their crystalline innards dissolving, profit margins drowning firsthand. Dates litter the ground overripe, and fermented, their sticky sweet stench dizzying. You cram 3 into your mouth, the sugar rush hitting like a mule kick, pulp bursting like swollen ticks. Tastes like victory anyway. Fat beetles trundle past, shells gleaming like oil drops. Nomads use them as compasses, their instinct driving them toward dew, proving nature's smarter than all our rhymes. You flick one, gently sending it west-northwest, just to argue. Distant howls puncture the night, hyenas, or wind shrieking through rocks. Debate is academic here. Firewood scarce, but a scraggly acacia surrenders 2 branches, enough flame to boil water safe. Blue flames spit from damp twigs, the fire reeking of sulfur and lies. Someone mutters about witchlights, but you've seen this before. Omar's cumin tainted the kindling last trip. Still, it cooks the rabbits your trackers snared, smoke hiding the stars politely. A trader from Sigil Masa barters salt for mud bricks. Fantastic. Now you own a soggy cube. His logic. Every journey should end in real estate. He laughs, throat gurgling like a faulty fountain. But you stash the brick anyway. Tomorrow, you trade it for tolerance. Palm wine leaks from a cut trunk, fermenting since Noah's Ark. Your guide taps some into a boot. The smell alone could stun a jackal. One sip, your eyelids flutter like moth wings, metabolism screaming betrayal. Fat raindrops splatter your forehead, random as celestial spittle. Rain in the desert, one fringe theory claims, comes from underground rivers, exhaling upward, more likely clouds lost a bet. You tilt your face, mouth open, catching 3 drops before it stops. Your soaked robe clings, itchy reminder that dryness is temporary, like youth or solvency. Aunt Zara's wool trousers would have shrugged this off, curse her sensible wardrobe. The pond reflects the moon, ripples etching silver scars across its face. You skim a stone, 5 skips. Records have been set with less. 3 frogs chorus from the reeds their tune, suspiciously, like 7 gypsy wives. Coincidence? Or are amphibians mocking your musical skills? You whistle back. They stop critics silenced. Salt crusts your sleeves, stiffening the fabric into sculpted waves. Salt from sweat, salt from cargo, salt from tears. You won't admit shed. The desert takes payment in multiples. Dawn pries at the sky, silhouetting palms into skeletal hands. Water's true gift reveals itself. 18 hours of walking, deferred, profit enough for today. You rinse the ledger careful, not to smudge the numbers. Ink swirling like drowning ants. Hunger returns, thirst creeps back, the oasis already memorizing your debts. Dates beckon again, their sweetness cloying, but effective. Some claim prophet, Mohammed's favorite fruit. Scholars dispute this, careful their pits crack teeth like nutshells. A beetle trudges up your boot, determined as a tax collector. You name it Dodd, place it on a palm trunk. Destination, unknown, ambition, intact. The caravan reassembles, grudgingly, salt sacks lighter and tempers heavier. Water skins bulge now, straps cutting into shoulders like creditors' reminders. True oases, they whisper, leave no souvenirs, but thirst remembered. You pocket a date pit, proof the sweet existed before turning toward the dunes. Camels groan, their humps sagging like melted candle wax, legs buckle, but career onward. You follow, the iron taste lingering, water's memory fading faster than ink in sunlight. Flocks fly southeast, ibises stitching secret messages through the clouds. You mimic their formation, arms out, until someone coughs idiot into their scarf. Dates ferment in your gut, gases bubbling volcanic. Your stomachs review scathing, but silent. One palm shrinks behind you, the next horizon swells, dusted gold and deceitful. You adjust the ledger, its spine still damp, numbers blurred, but unbroken. Tongue touches lips, parched again, metallic aftertaste, now a ghost on your tongue. Water here holds the memory of swords, forged steel, and battlefield thirst, a flavor no merchant factors. Salt and metal, the desert's currency, both leave accounts unbalanced. Mud dries between your toes, cracking like ancient paint, flakes drifting downward. Each step sprinkles soil too weak to cling, dust reclaiming dust. The ledger's pages flutter agreement. You hum your great-grandfather's verse, the one where rivers climb mountains, and almost believe it. Almost. The camels, interpreting optimism as weakness, speed up just to mock you. Sunlight glares, newly washed, and vicious, your shadow pooling black as crude oil. Another mile clicks by, boot sole peeling, like sunburnt skin, the oasis, already dissolving into a rumor. Thirst returns professional and smug, settling its hands on your collarbones. The water skin sloshes, half empty, the sound a taunt set to music. You take one gulp, let it coat your throat, then seal the stopper. Austerity's a muscle, the desert trains it daily. Dunes resume their bombardment, golden waves threatening to capsize your progress. You count steps to avoid counting losses. 93, 94. Pause to cough out mud, still clinging to your sinuses. A beetle crosses your path, not Dodd, some lesser cousin with bad timing. You step left, avoid crushing it, superstition outweighing pride. Mule bells jangle discordant hymns, straps fraying near where salt rubs flesh raw. You tighten a buckle with torn nails, skin snagging like burlap, blood wells. Salt devours it eagerly. Palms linger in your periphery, ghosts of chlorophyll and mercy. Lesson learned, oases are flirtatious. Give just enough to make leaving hurt. The ledger's weight shifts, pages swollen from humidity, ink bleeding into Rorschachs of debt. You press it harder against your ribs, the pulse beneath proof of life yours and its own. 3 vultures reappear, higher now, patience their trademark, balance sheets, adjusting mid-flight. You wave, they ignore you, finicky clientele demanding fresher pain. Sand scrubs the mud from your boots, its infinite patience, erasing all disturbances. Tonight you'll dream of frogs, singing off-key, of palm wine and beetle philosophers, waters echo mocking every sip. Air shimmers, another lake winks fake silver, you chuckle dry as papyrus, and march toward nothing at all. Muscle cramps dog each step, your calves tight as coiled springs, boots scuffing sand like a reluctant child. Days bleed together, each dune mocking the last, history lessons blurring under sunstroke logic. Did pharaohs ever stub toes on pyramids? Probably not. Their slaves broke toes for them. Nightfall pelts you with stars. No moon tonight, just the cosmos laughing down coldly. Sand shifts beneath your left heel. Instinct yanks your foot back, too late. A barbed sting flares below your knee, hot filaments spreading through veins. Antivenom rattles in your pack, silver vial, 2 camels back, unreachable before paralysis sets in. 3 Bedouin materialize like smoke gray robes, fluttering faces shrouded. The tallest crooks a finger, beckoning you toward their fire's flicker. Survival overrides caution. You shuffle forward, leg numbing like Novocaine. Scorpion tracks, rasps their leader, pointing at minuscule grooves in the sand. Evidence can't help you now, toxic fire licks at your hip bone. His breath smells of cardamom and rust. Hands unwrapping a leather bundle filled with vials. Healers here work by haggle, charms cost copper, antidotes demand gold. Trauma's bad for math. You grope for your coin purse, fingers clumsy. You've read Marcus's medical manuscripts. Snake oil salesmen flourished along spice routes, swapping ground mummy for fake panaceas. Yet here you are begging for placebo grace. The healer demands 3 copper coins your calf, throbbing in furious Morse code. Paying feels like surrender, but death collects in full. Counteroffer. You ease dropping 2 coppers into his palm, plus a quail feather. Fringe knowledge whispers feathers repel scorpions, worth testing today. The Bedouin ponders, eyes glinting like obsidian chips, then pockets both. His poultice cools the wound, green paste smelling of mint and betrayal. Pain retreats, stars snapping back into focus, constellations throbbing like fresh bruises. Historians still argue whether desert healers used real medicine or just new fear loosens purses. One Bedouin hands you tea bitter as unripe olives, scalding your tongue. Firelight reveals his tattoo, a scorpion paired with a crescent moon. Quirky rumor claims some tribes drink venom for visions. Your current hallucination owes more to dehydration. Their fire cracks, sparks swirling like drunk fireflies. Antidote or not, muscles remember betrayal. Your leg wobbles like newborn gazelle. Name your beast, the healer commands, waving at your camel train. Ghosts listen tonight. You christen the lead camel Mina after your thieving sister-in-law, loyalty matched by greed. The Bedouin cackle, flames reflecting off their teeth, approving the insult. Jokes die when revenge stings twice. Another scorpion emerges near the fire, tail poised, obsidian eyes watching the teapot. The healer smashes it with a rock, guts glinting like oil. Sleep here, he offers. Desert claims fools after midnight. His price, a promise whispered into the scorpion's corpse, nonsense words to appease djinns. You mumble gibberish Arabic mixed with schoolyard Latin, hoping it suffices. The Bedouin vanish before dawn, hugging shadows, leaving ash and scuffed sand. No footprints, no proof they existed, only the fading ache in your calf. Starlight bleeds into pewter dawn, your vision swimming with afterimages. Pack straps bite your shoulders, the ledger suddenly cumbersome, ink smudged by sweat. Salt sacks, Saya's camels rise, their complaints yours in guttural tongue. Sunrise paints the dunes, molten gold, disguising yesterday's toll. Pain retreats, a dull reminder your leg, now part puppet, part rebellion. Trade routes demand tribute, sometimes coin, sometimes flesh. Balance sheets never mention scorpions, or healers, or phantom figures in the dark. The southern horizon blurs, heat waves impersonating lakes, your throat too raw to laugh. Tomorrow's problem swells, debt unrecorded scrawled in venom under skin. You kneel beside the salt blocks, their rough surfaces glowing blue-white under the moon. Cargo shifts, creaking like old floorboards, your palm pressed against chilled grit. Some chunks still wear fossil imprints, tiny shells from seas dead 4 million years. Historians agree Mediterranean merchants traded salt pound for pound. With gold, your own load won't buy a fig, but it pays passage. Cold bleeds into your skin, the blocks whispering stories too low to catch. Miners claimed they heard salt singing near full moons, drowned ballads from primordial oceans. You dismiss it as fancy until a vibration thrums up your arm like a lute string plucked underwater. Experts think it's thermal contraction, rocks cooling at night, but your spine insists it's more. A camel snorts, Mina judging your salt communion, her breath frosting the air. Storage rules demand constant rotation, prevent clumping, or you'll sell bricks, not grain. Rotate them like paranoid biscuits. That's the glamour of desert logistics. You shuffle slabs, muscles protesting, scorpion sting twinging reminder of last night's bad decisions. One block fractures, revealing pink veins inside, iron oxide staining the white. You pocket a shard, emergency barter trinket, or future apology to your sister-in-law. Quirky scrolls from Timbuktu claim pink, salt heightens dreams, makes djinns visible. Those scholars probably inhaled too much incense. A rhythm pulses beneath the sand, faint throbs against your soles. The ledger claims this route crosses an ancient seabed, crusty deposits left when oceans fled. Earth here remembers being wet, grieves it still. You feel the ache in your bones. Historians still argue whether Sahara's salt came from evaporated seas or endless weeping of rock. Moonlight amplifies the block's glow. They look like stolen pieces of galaxy. Your fingers trace ridges, salt clinging to cuts, stinging you awake. Nightjar cries splash overhead, outsourcing your loneliness to something feathered. Mina nuzzles your collar, demanding apology for ignoring her. You offer a date, her slobbery lips grazing your ear, desert irony, flavoring the peace offering. Camels were domesticated here 5 millennia back. Your girl's ancestors hauled Cleopatra's, Rose Quar's shipments, prestiges a downhill slide. A wind gust catches salt dust, you cough, grit between your teeth like unwanted communion wafer. The ledger flutters open, page corners warped by yesterday's sweat, ink bleeding into Rorschach accusations. Numbers glare, mocking your shrinking profit margins, silently questioning that healer's fee. Stars wheel, Polaris drifting left, could be fatigue or bad navigation. Your compass needle sticks, rusted by salt air, true, north playing hard to get. Ancient Phoenicians navigated by star-salted winds. You're just hoping Mina knows the way home. Blood dries stiff on your calf, poultice residue flaking like morbid glitter. Remember the feather deal. Still no scorpion encounters. Maybe folk wisdom isn't fool's gold after all. Ahead lie dunes, moon-painted waves that never break, only taunt with false peaks. Salt rubs raw against your thighs as you remount, Mina grunting disapproval. Time to move, the block's song fading behind you, carried off by the harmattan wind. 5 nights till market, if rapacious dunes allow it, and creditors play nice. Debt clings tighter than salt dust, each grain interest-bearing. Firelight licks the boy's henna'd fingers, staining them bloody as he upturns his pockets. Pebbles and gilt clatter onto your rug, the ledger open to tonight's theft column. Henna patterns swirl like tiny serpents, while Berber caravans used those dyes for wedding rites. Thieves copied the fashion. Teenage bandits adopted the style from Spice Bride's wrists. 14th century trend crime. His excuses spill faster than fallen salt words tripping over each other like drunk goats. First tale, he needed medicine for a jackal-bitten sister, but his eyes dart northwest. Second lie, city guards forced him under threat of flogging. Historians still argue whether Marrakesh's sentries even patrolled desert camps. Third plea, a djinn possessed his hands. Classic move. You let him exhaust 14 variations, counting missing ounces between fabrications. Your own fingers drum the ledger's spine, battered leather warm from being hugged against your ribs all week. Remember those forged, steel-tasting oasis waters. This boy's lies taste similarly metallic. Each thieving gram costs 10% interest. Your sister-in-law's brutal math, now carved into your lungs. Moonlight fights the flames, casting twin shadows that shiver across his face. He fingers a pebble shaped like a camel's tooth, quirk from old caravan routes, where kids played trade raid with desert stones. You recognize the game, played it yourself, before ledger columns replaced toys. Nostalgia almost softens you, almost. He names his dead mother, claims she craved salt for her ghost's bread. Pre-proven fact, dead relatives can't digest earthly minerals. The fire pops, startling him into dropping his last alibi shard. Fingers stained crimson now die, and shame mixing. He gulps air like a landed fish. Experts think henna theft patterns peaked around Mamluk grain shortages. Your boy's just freelancing. Your silence unnerves him more than shouted threats. He starts confessing to uncommitted crimes. Admits filching a merchant's fig 9 towns back, though you never tracked that loss. His voice cracks on fig, hunger outweighing fear, and you toss him a date from your rations. Irony's your favorite seasoning. He catches it midair, wolfing it down, seed and all. 73 missing ounces glow brighter in your mind, numbers vibrating like scorpion tails. Salt sacks slump nearby, their wounds stitched shut with twine, still weeping white grains. Historians still argue whether child thieves kept their loot or passed profits to tribal bosses. No gang tattoos mark his arms, just henna's fading garden, meaning he's either solo or brilliantly disguised. Your knife finds the whetstone, deliberate screech, as he flinches at each scrape. They said you carried cursed salt, he mutters, eyeing the nearest sack like it might bite or sing again. Ghosts ride those blocks, wailing about drowned cities. Nights spent hearing those seabed dirges make his superstition sting true. Fire smoke curls between you, a curtain drawn, then withdrawn, as the wind shifts east. He shrinks when you mention the lavender sprig left on Mahmoud's bones. Proof you know where thieves end up out here. Counting resumes. Ounces versus excuses. The ledger demanding blood or silver restitution. His pockets yielded nothing useful, just desert debris. And one desiccated scarab beetle. Quirky scrolls claim such beetles whisper safe roots. If held to the ear, his probably just recites stolen recipes. Mina snores nearby, indifferent to human tension, her breath sour from half-fermented feed. Your calf's scorpion wound pulses, syncopated rhythm with the boy's shaky breaths. He offers labor 3 dawns digging latrines, but you need movable assets. Your finger stabs the ledger's penalty clause, outlining interest, compounded hourly, words tight as a hangman's knot. Finally, he digs inside his cheek, producing a wax-sealed salt lump, stolen goods, smuggled orally. He spits it into his palm, grimacing at the brine burn, and extends it like a peace treaty. You weigh it, maybe 2 recovered ounces, the rest already sold or secreted. His eyes plead, while your quill calculates 7 nights' labor, scrubbing camel ticks, interest included. Dawn pales the eastern dunes, indigo seeping into black as you dictate terms. Mina belches, fogging the verdict, as the boy nods mute acceptance. Your whip stays coiled mercy, a luxury salt can't afford. But you slide him another date. The ledger snaps shut, its final judgment echoing like a tomb door. The ledger's snap still hangs in dawn's half-light when Mina's cough draws you northwest, toward smoke coils spiraling from a striped tent. Acid honey perfume cuts through camel dung's musk, cloying as rotting roses. You duck under tasseled cloth, finding Jamila haloed by hookah embers, a 6-hose monstrosity bubbling between you. Her pupils catch firelight, pyramids reflecting upside down, precisely angled like Giza's twins. You blink, but the geometry holds, even as she exhales smoke shaping, drowning camels. Their legs kick vapor, silent screams dissolving midair. North African hookahs, filtered more than toxins, centuries of gossip, and trade secrets stewed in their water pipes. Turn back, her rasp scrapes your spine like a rusty spoon. The advice costs 3 dirhams up front, outrageous fee. But she licks her teeth when you hesitate. Or pay thrice later when sand drinks your blood. Her hookah gurgles, mimicking a dying man's thirst, as she stuffs the bowl with henbane and fig resin. Odd choice, traditional blends favored mint or apple musk. But fringe texts claim prophetesses spiked theirs with iboga root. Vision chasers, fools mostly, ended up chewing their own tongues by dawn. Smoke tendrils curl toward your face, thick as congealed soup, replaying your scorpion-stung limp. Historians still argue whether desert seers could track patrons or just smelled infected wounds. Her fingers tap Morse code on the hose, copper rings clinking, while her eyes dissect your ledger strap. Salt Trader's curse follows you. She sucks hard, the hookah screeching, spewing smoke that solidifies into a miniature caravan. Tiny camels collapse, white grains leaking from saddlebags, their crystalline blood staining dunes. Empty sacks, empty hands, emptier graves. Crime scene recreation, flavored with lung cancer. Mina's bray pierces the tent, flattening the smoke specters. Jamila scowls at the interruption, adjusting her indigo head wrap with theatrical flair. Caravanners swear she once berated a sandstorm into retreat, though sand does whatever it damn well pleases. Her hand snakes out, snatching your wrist before you retreat, fingernails etching half-moons into skin. Temperature plummets, hookah coals hiss, and you're suddenly nose to nose with her flopping third eyelid, actual translucent membrane glistening like frog skin, which she bats coyly. Experts think such growths stem from mercury poisoning, not divine sight. The ledger pages burn. She releases you, dropping her voice to match the wrist scrape's sting. But Ash remembers what fire forgets. Cryptic yet specific, since you've daydreamed about torching those debts hourly. Your coin pouch weighs heavier, dirhams jingling a coward's anthem as you back toward daylight. Her laughter follows, brittle as smashed pottery, while smoke morphs into a perfect replica of your fractured doorway. Home's outline dissolving as hookah haze swallows the final thread. Mina headbutts your hip, urging progress, as Jamila shouts last rites toward your shadow. Salt eats the living, starves the dead. Your great-grandfather begs for mercy in the dunes. A solid lie. That ancestor died smuggling honey. But the threat echoes long after her tent shrinks behind dust clouds. The ledger feels warmer now, almost pulsing, stitched with secrets not your own. Mina's ears flatten, a shudder rippling down her dusty hide as the horizon blinks out like a snuffed candle. No cloud, no bird, just dead air smothering the desert's breath. You rub grit from your eyes, foolish gesture, already tasting the metallic tang of airborne silica. Caravans vanish whole in such storms. The Saber wind locals claim whispers murder plots through your left ear. The first gust hits sideways, peppering your cheek with sand grains as sharp as shattered glass. Ancient trade routes avoided this stretch, August to October knowing the dunes here inhale and exhale like slumbering giants. Tuareg guides wore indigo headwraps, not just for sun. The dye's secret antiseptic properties warded off sand rot in wounds. You fumble for your own scarf too thin as Mina emits a guttural groan. Easy girl, your voice sounds unnaturally loud, the desert already muffling itself in anticipation. The ledger flaps wildly in your satchel pages, threatening to become kites. Historians still argue whether Marco Polo exaggerated Saharan sand suffocations or understated them. A grain lodges under your eyelid, transforming the world into a watery blur. Blink, rub, worse. Now both eyes burn like pepper sprayed. The dune ahead seems to ripple ridges, shifting like the ribs of some colossal beast. You stumble, knees sinking into sand, suddenly loose as flour. Mina plants herself, mulish defiance, refusing to move toward the gathering gloom. Panic flickers, brief and bright, as you remember Jamila's bleeding camels dissolving into smoke. Not helpful. A wall of ochre roars toward you, 3 stories high, devouring daylight inch by inch. Sand grinds against your teeth, your scalp, your sanity. The scientific term is haboob, Arabic for blasting. The locals swear the wind arrives only when the desert craves new bones. You yank Mina's reins. She bucks, spitting froth before collapsing into a kneel. Fine, stay stubborn. You loop your sash around her saddle and your waist, knotting it triple tight, tethering to a panicking camel, ranks high on bad idea lists. But sand's already lapping at your ankles like eager waves. A French legionnaire's diary described this sensation. His 1880 entry ends mid-sentence, paper embedded with mineral flecks. The storm swallows sound first, replacing it with a shrill whine that bypasses your ears, vibrating straight into your molars. Then comes darkness, not night, thick particulate twilight that turns arm's-length visibility into a gamble. You press your face into Mina's neck. Her fur reeks of fermented dates, but breathing through fabric beats, sand-blasted lungs. She trembles, a high-pitched wheeze escaping her nostrils. Minutes stretch, or hours, time needed by chaos. Sand infiltrates everything. Your boot seems your water flask stopper, the ledger's spine. It grits between your teeth, your eyelids, the creases of your knuckles. Someone once claimed desert storms carry pollen from Atlantis. Fringe nonsense. Yet, you imagine ghostly palms swirling in the maelstrom. Lightning fractures the gloom, purple-white, etching momentary tableaus. A skeletal acacia tree, Mina's, terrified eye-whites, dunes migrating like herds of shadow elephants. Thunder follows, feeble, a child's drum compared to the wind's symphony of rage. Your scarf whips free, a blue streak lost instantly, exposing your nape to 1,000 needle jabs. Mina shifts, her groan barely audible as accumulated sand threatens to bury her flank. You dig blindly, fingers raking through heavy drifts until locating the knot. Adjust, retie, pray the sash holds. One trader swore camels weep actual tears during storms, though you suspect that's just mucus glue sealing their lashes shut. The temperature plummets, your sweat-drenched back seizing into goosebumps. Sudden cold snaps precede the worst squalls, air pressure dropping like a guillotine blade. You recall Jamila's third eyelid blinking, another useless detail, as wind scream shoves a pebble into your collarbone. Bruise tomorrow, if tomorrow exists. Something clatters against your boot, a clay shard, maybe a pot smashed centuries mid-storm, relic or trash. You pocket it automatically, trader's habit. Sand polishes the edges smooth, time accelerated to seconds. The ledger thumps against your thigh, as if scolding your distraction. Mina jerks her leash, straining, as a deeper rumble shakes the ground beneath you. Not thunder, dune collapse, the sound of 1,000,000 grains surrendering gravity's pull. You brace, knees bent, fearing burial, but the avalanche veers east, a river of grit hissing past your boots. Miniature mountains form and die, dunes birthing dunes, geology on fast forward. Blindness becomes routine. You count breaths, 37, before risking a glimpse. Eyelids crack open, sand blasted afresh, revealing only swirling ochre. A flash of green. Hallucination, probably, though sun-bleached fabric sometimes dyes, storms emerald near Timbuktu. Another trader's tall tale, likely. Your canteen's metal spout warms against your lips. Precious sip, rationed water gritty with necessity. Mina noses your elbow, demanding her share. Generous pour, half your remaining stash, trickling into her cupped palm. Her tongue rasps gratitude or accusation. Camel moods remain scholarly debate fodder. Silence arrives suddenly, like dropped stitches in a roaring tapestry. Wind retreats, leaving your ears ringing in vacuum quiet. The storm pushes east, its dark skirts swirling toward Tunisia, as a brutal sunset bleeds through thinning dust. You rise, stiff-limbed, surveying a remade world. Familiar landmarks gone, dunes sculpted into new waveforms, a frozen tsunami of sand. Mina struggles upright, caked in grit, resembling a sugared pastry. She sneezes violently, dislodging a miniature dune from her nostrils, and glares at you. Point taken. The ledger lies half buried. You brush it clean, pages swollen with humidity. Ink bleeds, numbers blurring, 19 debtors, now anonymously blessed. Your fingers trace damp stains, a sandfly's final resting place, immortalized in sepia. Westward, the storm's aftermath paints stripes across the sky, blood-orange and bruised purple. Stars prickle to life, hazy at first, like salt grains on wet papyrus. You count them 8 visible, then 33, as the desert exhales its held breath. Mina butts your shoulder, impatient, her hump casting a jagged shadow. You scratch her favorite spot, just behind the saddle sore, where the scorpion stung her months ago. Her eyelid droops in bliss. Forgiveness granted, as the last adrenaline bleeds from your joints. Ahead, glittering faintly, the traded Phoenician glass beads, woven into your saddlebag, catch moonlight. They map your route, each color representing a well, a pass, a viper-free campsite. Tomorrow's concern. For now, you sink onto reconfigured sand, letting granular waves cradle your exhaustion. The ledger makes a passable pillow, its secrets temporarily muffled. Mina's rhythmic chewing lulls you half dreaming of ember-eyed seers and palm-shaded courtyards. Somewhere, Jamila's hookah bubbles, whether real or memory, you can't decide. Her drowning camels would hate this damned dune sea. The sand beneath your hip shifts minutely, a serpentine whisper, as the desert continues its slow digestion. You drift, not sleeping, not waking, counting not stars, but debts erased by wind. 3 dirhams lighter, infinitely wearier. The ledger's weight now an accustomed tattoo on your soul. Every grain holds its own story, most of them lies. Mina snorts, a derisive sound, as if hearing your thoughts, or just vexed by a stubborn thorn between her toes. You smile anyway, face cracking sand sprinkling from your stubble onto the reborn dunes. The night swallows the last of your chuckles, seconds before the eastern horizon begins its slow bleed into dawn-bleached ribcages jut from the sand, archaeological fists punching through time as your shadow stretches toward the remains. 18 caravans abandoned this shortcut last century. The Sultan's tax hikes, starving alternative routes into legend. You kick a femur, sun-bleached and porous, wondering if it belonged to Ahmed the limper, or that chatty spice merchant from Tunis. Mina halts, sniffing air, thick with alkaline sharpness, her nostrils flaring like bellows. Sodium lingers here, eternal sweat from beasts and men who expired mid-stride, an open-air mausoleum stretching to the horizon. Experts think Saharan salt caravans lost 1 in 5 travelers annually, though Bedouin ballads claim singing kept hyenas at bay. A cracked skull grins up at you, lower teeth sporting gold caps, likely looted decades ago by scavengers less sentimental. Your boot scrapes against ceramic, a shattered amphora handle etched with Roman numerals. XIII legionnaires traded ostrich plumes here long before camels groaned under salt loads. Historians still argue whether October's heat or sand viper dens doomed this path. You crouch brushing grit from a rusted shackle, maybe slave, maybe convict, its iron teeth still biting after centuries. The ledger flaps open, page 19, where Mahmud's debt glares up in stubborn black ink. He fell here 2 monsoons past, lungs seizing after a scorpion sting misdiagnosed as sun sickness. You twist a lavender sprig between thumb and forefinger, its purple buds releasing medicinal sweetness into the carrion-tainted breeze. Ancient pharmacists stuffed plague masks with this variant, believing it confounded miasma spirits. Mina nuzzles your elbow too gently, her dusty mane tickling your wrist. You drop the sprig where Mahmud last drew breath, sand swallowing the offering instantly. No trace left beyond memory. His ghost would prefer dates, or that awful anise liquor he brewed in secret. But funerals serve the living's theater. A gust exhales through the ribcage, producing a hollow fluting sound, like bone flutes traders play in Timbuktu's taverns. You shiver, suddenly imagining each skeleton rising for roll call, asking why their ledger entries remain unbalanced. Nonsense. The heat's getting to you. Or perhaps last night's overcooked jerky. Still, you double-check Mina's tether. Sunlight glints off something wedged in a spinal column. A curved dagger, its silver hilt blackened by oxidation. Berber craftsmanship, probably mid-1800s, forgotten, or deliberately planted as a grave marker. You leave it untouched, superstition outweighing curiosity, though the ledger practically vibrates with potential resale estimates. Westward, the trail coils like a dehydrating snake, dotted with more calcium white debris. Camel ribs form archways. Pelvis remnants mimic crude sundials. Hip sockets stare like accusatory monocles. One trader joked these bones could rebuild the Queen of Sheba's throne if you carried glue and illusions. Your canteen gurgles final sips as noon heat liquefies the horizon. Mina's hump sags slightly, a worrying dip, though she plods forward without complaint. You unsaddle her briefly, fingering the old scorpion sting scar, its raised tissue like braille, recounting that frantic night. She huffs impatient, stamping, until you repack the salt blocks. A child's leather sandal surfaces near a cairn sole, barely worn toe straps embossed with protective eyes. Bigger tragedy forcing parents to march tiny feet toward profitless deaths. You pocket it irrational, as if delivering it to some phantom family might balance your own accounts. Shadows lengthen 3 hours till sunset when the wind shifts, carrying whispers of cumin and rot. Ibn Battuta described this stretch as God's testing ground for misers. His scribe adding 5 embellished paragraphs about diamond-encrusted skeletons, pure fabrication. Salt grit coats your tongue, its bitterness a counterpoint to the lavender's spectral fragrance. Mina sneezes, dislodging a scroll case from her saddlebag, its copper cap rolling into a coyote's skull's gaping maw. Inside, a Kharajite poetry fragment, ink faded to sepia ghosts, verses praising desert isolation over human corruption. Fringe academics claim these radicals encoded treasure maps in their odes. Nonsense. But you re-roll the parchment carefully anyway. Your heel crunches something brittle. Look down. A necklace of rodent vertebrae strung on hairfine cord. Some stranded mother's lullaby relic, or a scout's trail markers. You snap it accidentally, tiny bones scattering like misplaced dice. The ledge in your satchel feels heavier tonight. Mahmoud's unpaid balance vibrating through the fabric. Outside Fes, his widow still waits, knife-sharpening songs drowned by marketplace clamor. You add 3 copper coins to her column, interest or guilt, silver-dyed to hide their cheap alloy. Stars emerge, first 1, then 13, their light filtered through residual dust. Navigate by ribcage north now, constellations obscured, trusting Mina's stubborn instinct for carcass-free paths. She veers left, avoiding a sinkhole disguised as solid ground, coral fossils glinting at its edges like broken vanity mirrors. You count steps, 842, before moonlight reveals the next cairn. Stacked skulls this time, human grinning their calcium grins, empty sockets cradling cobalt trade beads, someone's idea of a joke or warning, peppered with hyena droppings fresher than you'd prefer. Your bedroll unfurls beside a fractured spine, its owner's posture eternally stooped. Mina curls nearby, hooves tucked, her snoring syncopating with the wind's dirge. Sleep comes in fitful bursts, dreaming of ledgers written in marrow, Mahmoud's ghost rattling like a tax collector. Dawn bleaches the bones whiter, if possible, exposing details unseen yesterday. A jawbone clenched around a Roman denarius, merchant or thief, their drama frozen mid-transaction. You prize the coin loose, Trajan's profile worn smooth, its value now purely metaphorical. Mina rises, snorting disdain at the skullcairn, her ears swiveling toward unseen dunes. Shadows shrink, revealing another lavender sprig, freshly wilted, tucked behind a rock. Didn't you leave yours miles back? Or has memory blurred like storm-smeared ink? The ledger's spine cracks, open, page 19 now, salt-crusted along the edges. Mahmoud's widow's address swims beneath your calloused thumb, ink mocking permanence, as you add 2 more coins to her tally. Outside, the bones stretch onward, patient scribes recording your passage in silent calcium ledgers. Your eyelids flutter against sunlight, fractured by saffron-dyed awnings. Fes, Market Square, detonates around you in a shrapnel burst of common dust and caged roosters. Cinnamon sticks, bundled like kindling, smolder underfoot, their sweetness clashing with fermenting camel cheese from a stall draped in indigo shrouds. Gold leaf flakes drift lazily, some snagging in Mina's matted fur, tiny pirated treasures glinting against her salt-encrusted flank. 3 days since the bone trail spat you out here, city walls looming as promised. Yet your hands still tremble, dialect shifting between caravan cant and merchant tongue feels like chewing gravel. That ledger tucked beneath salt-stiffened robes has grown heavier, crossed out, sums whispering new debts with every throb of your pulse. 300 stalls radiate heat, each its own theater of haggling. Vendors croon prices like muezzins competing at dawn. Behind you, a girl stacks oranges into pyramidal perfection, their rinds glistening with politically incorrect levels of imported wax. Historians still argue whether Leo Africanus exaggerated Fes, spice wealth for Florentine patrons, or just enjoyed fucking with mapmakers. Your thumb rubs a salt pebble, worry stone smooth after 90 leagues, until fingers crusted white meat a silk merchant's outstretched palm. His henna'd nails curl, inviting inspection. Damask unfolds like sinners' confessions, each patter about Venetian quality, punctuated by coughing. Experts think Mediterranean silks comprised 60% of Fes, medieval imports, though this guy's stash smells suspiciously of Bombay dockside mildew. 7 dirhams per cubit. His grin reveals a ruby tooth, special rate for sandwalkers. You counteroffer with 3 copper thrums, the universal caravan fuck you gesture, palms kissing, then recoiling like scorpions mating. Fringe texts claim haggling originated here. In 923, 2 brothers bartering their sister's dowry, goats back and forth, until one died of thirst, probably apocryphal, yet fitting. Saffron threads spill across your path, an old woman squatting beside threads worth their weight in silver. Each crimson filament resembles a miniature noose, your tongue stiff with the urge to quote wholesale rates learned from that dead Sogdian trader outside Samarkand. 10 years since you last saw proper saffron, dreamt of it crusting paella pans. Now its fragrance conjures wet dog fur and betrayal. Mina noses your shoulder, reinforcing the agenda. This isn't pleasure tourism. 5 blocks south, the Spice Quarter boils over with dealers who won't care your camel smells like sun-roasted death. Banner above a turquoise-tiled arch reads in Kufic script, God smiles upon honest scales. Ironic, given the iron weights beneath it have been hollowed out and filled with lead. Your boot heel grinds cardamom pods into the cobblestones, releasing citrus reek that obscures the alley's piss stench. 14th century sanitation. Laws required weekly gutter flushing with rosewater. Today, it's more organically perfumed. A bead seller hisses. Hooves echo too loudly here. Clamor devours subtlety. This place chews northern dialects and shits out haggling pigeon. Never trust a man whose turban matches his ledger ink. Remembers Mahmoud, 6 monsoons past, spitting date pits at some cheating perfume monger. Your knuckles whiten around the ledger. Mahmoud's widow, still waiting 5 miles west in the Weaver's Quarter. Knife-edged patience, honed by your delayed payments. 6. Indigo sacks squat beside a teetering brass scale, their contents leaking azure powder that stains the vendor's bare feet smurf blue, pure woad. He lies beads of sweat diluting the dye into sad puddles, hands fluttering like injured doves above his dubious wares. This stuff faded faster than your aunt's patience. Better to seek Moroccan walnut husk dyes if the end buyer prefers longevity over vibrancy. Your satchel opens, a single salt block withdrawn like a relic, its edges frosted with evaporated sweat. 12 men lean closer, assessing crystalline purity, left thumbs rubbing right forefingers, silent market code, registering interest. Your price sits bitter on the tongue, 25 dinars per weight, the tremor in your voice, betraying 3 sleepless nights at Wadi Rum. 27 haggling minutes later you're down to 18 dinars, index finger tracing Maghrib numerals onto a dust-choked slate. Indigo man counters with almonds and cinnamon bark. Your stomach growls. But Nora's family eats silver, not condiments. 2 teen boys lugging tamarind crates heckle your rejected barter, salt traders' balls squeezed by djinns. Their laughter evaporating when Mina bares ochre-stained teeth. Sunlight shifts. Noon prayers momentarily still the tumult, muted chants weaving through market cries. A Scot in tartan pantaloons seriously quizzes a date seller about carb content. Early Tudor keto enthusiast or time-traveling idiot, you decide either justifies theft. Scale springs shriek under your salt's weight, pan balance swinging like an executioner's axe. 18 dinars, plus 3 sickly hens clucking near the almond sacks. Final offer. Indigo man spits, lobbing phlegm into a puddle vibrating with reflected minaret light, and nods. Coins clink into your palm, warm from his groin purse, reeking of body heat and poor decisions. Hens deposited into Mina's care. She eyes them with the disinterest of a gourmand, presented with week-old bread, beasts already plotting escape route stratagems. Historians still argue whether Fes, market layout, intentionally mirrored Sufi meditation labyrinths, or just evolved from donkey-related traffic jams. Fatigue hits sudden and thick, knees buckling near a pottery stall vibrating with poorly glazed djinns. Proprietor offers pomegranate juice, free sample laced with enough sugar to embalm a hippo. Gulping it, you marvel at human ingenuity. How centuries of trade distilled into this sacred calculus. Take my goods, give me slightly better goods. May both parties feel vaguely cheated. Ledger flops onto a sesame-splattered table, inkpot, unstoppered with shaky fingers. Columns yawn open. Mahmoud's widow gets 8 dinars, Nora's dowry fund 5, the remaining 5 evaporating into assorted tolls and camel bribery levies. Accountancy, the art of transforming salt into sorrow, then sorrow into marginally less damning sorrow. An auctioneer's gavel cracks, blindfolded buyers sniffing musk pods like truffle pigs, fingers flicking bids against sellers' wrists. Private joke time. Earlier you saw same guy auctioning. Guaranteed mermaid vertebrae, good hustle respect. Mina's ears prick, nostrils flaring. She senses water nearby, one of 87 public fountains, commissioned by enlightened sultans. Prayer-washed hands, dunking, horses slurping, beggars, refilling cracked gourds. The fountain's central spout shaped like a lion vomiting eternity, once channeled snowmelt from the Atlas, now spurting murky liquid, resembling camel birthing aftermath. You drink anyway, thirst being the ultimate democracy. Hens abscond, winging toward a butcher's alley. Mina's half-hearted lunge ending with snapped reins. Karma, probably for that underweight salt block, slipped to the Tunisian monk. Evening arrives on pigeon wings, shadows pooling between stalls like spilled molasses. Lanterns hiss to life, citrus oils burning within their fumes repelling moths, and your remaining patience, 50 dirhams lighter, you barter for a shadow. What passes for security here, a scar-slashed Nubian, will safeguard your leftover salt until dawn. Ledger snaps, shut, final entry vibrating. Fes, strip-mined this fool's soul. Henless, hiccuping sugar crash, you slump against a carpet, stalls moth-eaten Kaleem. Navigating Fes is easy, said the liar. Just follow the smell of crushed mint and existential regret. The sigil masa gate hulks before you, moon-bleached limestone, glowing like a lick's grin. 3 guards materialize from shadow, spears angled at your spleen level, prophylactic cruelty, polished by night shift tedium. Silver, they demand moon tax for passage. Hands thrust forward, palms cratered with old scar tissue. Their breastplates bear the Almoravid crescent, tarnished by century-old victories and modern apathy. Shadow blades stretch across the sand, pointing back toward Fes, distant glow, accusing fingers. You count 5 faces, though 2 might be the same man, identical mustaches, waxed into scorpion tails. One sniffs Mina's saddlebags, lichen-stained fingers probing salt sacks, lingering too long near the ledger's hiding spot. Lead guard taps his falk sword, edge serrated for maximum tendon shredding. His grin suggests dentistry by sledgehammer. 19 dinars remain the fess market, having pickpocketed your dignity and spare hens. Coin pouch offered, inverted, pathetic clink of 3 coppers. Historians still argue whether Sigil Moss's moon tax funded irrigation projects, or just the guards' weekly opium suppers. Honeycombed teeth. Laughs the youngest guard, plucking quartzite pebbles from your camel's matted fur. Your wealth hides in minerals. Cheap shot, salt trader jokes get recycled more often than donkey dung fuel cakes. Your right hand drifts to the alabaster vial, hidden in a mutilated copy of Diwan Lughat al-Turk. Index finger feels the stopper's wax seal, purchased from a panic-drunk apothecary in Marrakesh. Experts think these vials often held rosewater or less romantic substances, like kite venom thickened with blindworm bile. Spear tip prods your gut, air escapes in an unflattering wheeze, guards converging like hyenas sensing weakness. Back against Mina's flank, she exhales a woody fennel belch, materialist critique of proceedings. Left hand palms the vial, cool against your sweat-slicked skin. 13 heartbeats to commit. Shatter it against the closest helmet, crystalline debris glittering like false stars, and shout Black Sirocco, greatest bluff, since Ibn Jubair claimed crocodiles respected prayer flags. Fringe texts insist Sigil Massa guards feared sorcery more than Sultan's wrath, judging by their recoil, maybe not wrong. The lead guard gags, buckling hand clutched to throat, second guard observing with clinical disinterest. That perfume or poison? He asks, tapping his sword hilt. Not your best acting, but bombast covers weak technique. Ask any street puppeteer. You cough theatrically. Only fools sniff al-Mutawakil's breath. Referencing the Abbasid caliph who died mysteriously after taxing snakes. Cracked laughter erupts, spear points lower. They recognize bullshit artistry when they smell it. Third guard spits, tobacco brown saliva missing your boot by half a thumb's width, murmuring about Westman's bastard. You freeze, father's slur resurrected like a desert wraith. Moonlight carves Mina's silhouette into a gargoyle cutout, her vertebrae knobs straining the harness. Lead guard rubs his face, palm squeak across stubble, sighing with the weariness of men perpetually guarding nothing. Historians still argue whether the real Sigil Massa stood here or crumbled 12 miles east under drifting dunes. Pass and pray we've forgotten your face by next waning. He wipes alabaster dust onto his thigh, already dismissing you, worldview rattled but intact. Be grateful these men prefer laziness to paperwork. Mina's hooves clack across the gate's threshold, arched stonework, leaking all murmurs, each step accelerating to near gallop. Only when Sigil Massa's torches shrink to firefly specks do you shake. Adrenaline jitters, rattling teeth like prayer beads in a zealot's fist. Loose alabaster shards mock you from the ledger's spine, worthless debris now. Proof silver can't buy spine. The vial once contained geranium extract, bought to impress a spice merchant's daughter in Aragon. She preferred cedar oil. Your fingers still smell of crushed petals and cowardice. Dawn bleaches the horizon, predatory shape of the anti-atrange gathering detail ahead. Home crouched somewhere beyond that granite jawline. 13 leagues marked by scorpion nests and dead reckoning. Your lips taste of contraband and silverless tomorrows, caravan life's fundamental flavor. Mina sneezes, a miniature sandstorm erupting from her nostrils, dislodging salt crystals from her bridle. Reins feel suddenly heavier, sigil massa shrinking behind you like a bad metaphor. Bluffs work best when nobody checks the props. Your camel's hooves whisper through valley dust, each step light as smuggled silk. Anti-atlas peaks, sawing the horizon into frayed scraps. Hunger coils in your gut, an old companion since the moon tax bluff back at sigil massa. A shadow detaches from a rock cleft, not bandit nor beast, but a man robed in patchwork, wool the color of dried blood. He tears bread with hands impossibly wrinkled, palm lines like river deltas on an olden map. 80 years crease those fingers, each knuckle swollen into a desert nut. Eat, his voice cracks like kindling your hunger, has followed me since Marrakesh. Historians still debate whether Sufi monks purposefully starved to sharpen visions, or just liked the sound of empty bellies during chants. The bread tastes of barley and grudging mercy, grit lodging between your molars. His eyes reflect nothing, pupils swallowed whole by pupil black holes in a face like sun-cured leather. You count 5 teeth, all mismatched, suspiciously ivory. Nomadic monks were rumored to carry hominin relics, but you're too tired to fact-check folklore. He spits an olive pit into his sleeve, saving it for later. Economy of movement, perfected over decades. Daba grass perfumes his folds, a fringe spice some claim halts aging, smelling faintly of burnt lemons and disappointment. His sandals peel apart soles laminated with ibis feathers, and what might be ancient shipping manifests. Thirst writes its name on your tongue, he states, not guessing knowing. The water skin he offers sloshes liquid smelling of fermented figs and questionable hygiene. You sip, expecting rot, but taste mountain snow 12 months melted. He chuckles, drank from Pharaoh's sarcophagus once, same aftertaste. Mina snorts, jealous, nudging your shoulder hard enough to spill mystery water. The monk feeds her a date core, already removed with surgical precision. His thumbnail reveals itself as a filed-down Roman coin, Constantine's nose worn smooth by piety or pocket rubbing. Dust devils spiral nearby, carrying the bleached scent of abandoned ovens. The monk traces one with his walking staff, a rod of petrified tamarisk wood. Historians still argue whether real Sufis guided salt caravans or just hallucinated travelers mistook hermits for holy men. His robe parts to reveal a tattooed forearm, numbers in Kufic script, 874. Directions to paradise. You croak, wiping fig resin from your lips. Debt-ode to a Damascus brothel. He shrugs, calculated down to the dirham. Sunlight slants through his earlobe, pierced by a porcupine quill repurposed as jewelry. He examines your salt sacks, tugging at the frayed knots, retying one with a sailor's hitch. Ledger's wet. He notes casually. No accusation, just observing starlight made fact. The wind shifts, carrying goat bells, and a melody you last heard tattooed on a drowned sailor's bicep in Algiers. The monk hums harmony, rotating his left palm skyward. Scholars sing of trade routes, he murmurs, but forget the songs that mapped them. Shadows stretch your 2-hour rest, evaporating like dawn dew on snake scales. He gifts you the remaining bread, wrapped in cloth, woven from gazelle wool and apocrypha. As he retreats into the rocks, his silhouette seems to fray at the edges, moth-chewed curtains separating saint from story. Mina burps, censure, or gratitude, the line between blurs near holy men and tax collectors. You adjust the ledger's water-stained pages, salt crunching under your boot like fall snow, and count 93 heartbeats before realizing he never told you his name. The ledger lies open, pages glowing in firelight, ink pot balanced on a salt-crusted rock. You dab the quill, one deliberate stroke per digit. 9 dirhams owed to Hassan's widow. A sandfly lands, right on the 42nd row, crushed mid-feast by your reflexive slap. Rust-brown gore smears across 3 clients' names, their debts now literally bloodstained. Your curse wakes 2 doves nesting nearby. It's not your first time terrifying local wildlife with accounting rage. Sleep deprivation paints halos around each flame. Each number squirms like hypnotized vipers. Historians still argue whether Saharan trade routes used standardized ledgers, or if every merchant invented their own chaotic math. Right now, you're solid evidence for the latter. Campfire smoke stings your eyes, or maybe it's the shame of forgetting Omar's salt premium. You scratch through a miscalculation, quill tip catching a paper fiber, sending ink sprawling like a widow's mourning veil. Caravan logistics required scribes to memorize 27 types of tax codes, a fact that makes your throbbing temple pound harder. Twin cypress trees stand sentinel overhead, their bark scarred with generations of mercantile tallies, unpaid balances carved by desperate fingernails. Mina shuffles closer, hot breath fogging the ledger's margins, a living paperweight with questionable hygiene. Your spare ink bottle reveals a peculiar sediment charcoal and powdered hyena bone, an old trick against forgers tried. It clots your quill worse than Hassan's ethical standards. Flooding ships once used blood to waterproof manifests, a grisly practice you remember every time your nose bleeds near the records. Tonight's crimson contribution comes courtesy of the sandfly. 3 droplets of brackish tea revive the ink barely. Your father taught you numbers tell stories. Right now yours scream bankrupt poet with a gambling problem. The stain blooms across the page, mocking your attempts to nudge it into an artistic margin doodle. Historians once found a Phoenician logbook bound in dolphin skin. Its numbers still smelled of murex dye and poor life choices. You sympathize. Wind flips pages violently, a reminder deserts hate bureaucracy. The fire dims, coals cracking like distant musket shots. Your knife scrapes ruined parchment, curling shavings drift into the flames, transforming debts into brief fireflies. Ship captains measured ink longevity by lunar cycles. Your own ink fades faster than Yusuf's promises to repay you. Cotton rag paper costs 19 dirhams per stack in Fez, an extravagance when camel skin lasts longer. But skin ledgers attract beetles, and the crunching noises ruin your concentration. Last week's entry waivers, your handwriting, jogged by a hidden dune, looks like it was penned during a horseback earthquake. A scorpion inspects your boot, then retreats disgusted by such obsessive bookkeeping. Night birds call their melodies, matching the rising column of numbers. You realign the entries, 42 dirhams, here 15 apricots there. Half a promise to a spice trader's daughter. A fleck of mica winks on the page, false silver much like the coins jammed in Mahmoud's money belt last Tuesday. Dawn threatens, indigo seeping into black, but the ledger won't wait. A spider descends on silk, dangling before column 7, silently critiquing your depreciation formulas. Centuries ago, ink recipes included crushed scarabs and pomegranate rind, ingredients still superior to your current fig pit concoction. Your margins fill with doodles, angry camels, squinty-eyed tax collectors. A passable sketch of that monk's weird toenails. The final tally matches, mostly, if you round up by 3% and ignore ethics. Blisters ridge your writing finger, souvenirs from last night's panic-driven numeral storm. Only caravan accountants know this truth. The numbers never lie. But they know elaborate ways to stretch the truth into strange new shapes. Coins clink in their pouch, 12 silver, 83 copper. And one lead fake, Husam, the gem seller, pawned off as lucky. Fire dies, giving the stars free rein over the sky's ledger. Sand grits between pages, nature's own auditing system, correcting your arrogance, grain by grain. A hyena laughs far off, the Sahara's version of an account manager demanding receipts. Your eyes scrape shut, dreaming of infinite columns, all perfectly balanced, all blissfully blank. Your wagon groans, wood protesting another arrival after midnight. You wake to tapping too rhythmic for wind or beast, a hollow drumming against the wheel spokes. 3 quick raps, silence 4 slow ones. Wartime signalmen once devised these codes. But tonight, the messages come from a place without war, only decay. Your lips stick together, last night's ledger ink still sour on your tongue. The knocking persists, wood vibrating beneath your spine. A code used by caravan outcasts. Leper colonies, once traded through speaking tubes and drop boxes, their offerings left at arm's length. Modern scholars romanticize these barter systems, omitting the shaky hands and wet coughs echoing through every exchange. The wagon's back panel rattles, a leathered palm slapping salt sacks in Morse shorthand. Your left boot finds the ledger, saving it from fleeing spiders. Instinct says document. But some trades demand forgetfulness. Laudanum vials clink in the darkness, a sound like forbidden pocket change. Historians still argue whether medieval opiates diluted suffering or simply made poverty more fragrant. You climb down, knife strapped to your thigh, 5 steps toward a moonlit hive of bandages. 3 shapes kneel swathed in faded linens, lumps of rags discarded when hospitals branded them irredeemable. Their leader extends a hand, clotted fingers touching your salt sack, palm facing up. You count 12 vials on the sand, amber glass murky as neglected aquarium water. The ledger demands 3 sacks per vial. Mercy suggests 4. Medieval doctors prescribed moonlit walks and laudanum for melancholia, an open secret that created generations of twilight addicts. The colony knows this bargaining with what apothecaries once sold as liquid courage. Your nostrils flare, a medicinal stench like fermented violets clings to their rags. One figure taps faster, impatient white wrappings peeling to reveal knuckles polished smooth by disease. Half now, half at the southern ridge. The middle figure rasps, voice filtered through wool. You recognize the cadence, a spice trader expelled from Agadir last monsoon season, his right ear sporting a telltale divot from that scuffle over spoiled turmeric. So this is where creditors go to evaporate, into communities where debts dissolve faster than morphine in tea, their lantern gutters casting leprous shadows across the salt sacks. You hoist the first bundle, dropping it near their tattered hems, their collective sigh gusting like bellows. Salt was 10th century currency. Here some fools still try paying dowries with it. Your eyebrows invent new skeptical positions, watching them inspect each crystalline block. They slide 7 vials forward, glass kissing sand, then pause. The leader's hood shifts, a glint of one surviving eye judging your hesitation. Leper colonies allegedly taught Europe about quarantine, a fact currently undermined by how close they're standing. Your ledger flutters open to page 99, half filled with Yusuf's bad luck, and a doodle of a vomiting camel. The remaining 5 vials appear a final offering, plus a shriveled fig oozing syrupy remorse. You nod. They retreat, salt sacks vanishing into dunes like guilty apparitions. 17 heartbeats later, the wind delivers their coughs, wet and bottomless. Laudanum fumes cling to your sleeves, sweet enough to gag a saint. Prayer comes easier tonight. And isn't that a damning detail? The way sin scrubbed your conscience cleaner than piety ever managed. You stumble into the fig grove at dawn, eyes still crusted with last night's misdeeds. The merchant squats beside baskets of ebony fruit, each fig split to reveal flesh like crystallized honey. Rome's soldiers once carried time into battle, believing it sparked courage. But today, it just masks the stench of graves. You count 17 baskets, figs dripping resin onto sand, already swarming with industrious ants. The merchant's hands tremble. A scar cuts through his left eyebrow, the faded tattoos of a Cyrenacan sailor peeking beneath his collar. His scales rust, tipping every exchange in the afterlife's favor. For the boys, he says, voice crumbling like stale flatbread. 7 sons buried under foreign dirt names, swallowed by Libyan sands. Or was it Carthaginian? Historians still claw through scrolls debating whether Numidian traders ever breached the southern dunes with time caravans. You've heard spice merchants argue over turmeric's potency. But time traders get downright religious about their harvest dates. He plucks a fig, its gilded skin almost translucent, fingers leaving divots in the velvet flesh. The scent punches your sinuses, cloying sweetness undercut by something crypt-like. 19th century Egyptologists found intact figs in sarcophagi, still plump after millennia. They tasted them. 4 scholars died screaming about curses. The 5th started a jam company. You toss a time bundle onto his tattered prayer rug, dried sprigs releasing their peppery ghost. The ledger prefers saffron deals, but some accounts can't be measured in coin. His Adam's apple bobs, dry as a lizard's belly. You ever bury someone without a name? He rasps, palm outstretched. His knuckles tell a war story, 3 shiny burns from Damascus glass blurs, a pinky bent, sideways sealing salt pacts near Aleppo. You fake interest in the fruit, inspecting bruises darker than his pupils. Salt traders develop a 6th sense, for when a deal's about to turn confessional, your camel shifts, wait outside, sensing escape might get tricky. More time hits the rug, mocking how he avoids your gaze. The man presses a fig into your palm, cold despite the 100-degree forge of morning. They sent the youngest first, he says, reshaping figs into a morbid timeline, 8 fingertips, denting fruit flesh. Silence stretches like taffy. A donkey brays nearby. The ledger mutters from your hip pouch. Let him talk. Let the debt balance itself. Words are cheaper than spices out here. He names no names, no dates, only an atlas of regrets. Algeria's winds scoured one boy's cairn. Tunisia's floods dissolved another, leaving bones like chalk sticks for jackals. The figs ferment as he speaks, lifting boozy vapors common in black market orchards. 3 gold hoops jingle from his earlobe, wedding tokens melted down when morning outlasted dowries. You pluck a fig stem, tonguing the bitter sap, each taste bud screaming treason. Ledger jokes should lighten the mood, but your wit hibernates under the weight. Your camel huffs, a judgmental snort that says move this along. The merchant peels a fig apart, exposing seeds like insect eggs smeared across his thumb. You recall the leper's sticky syrup, our misses, vowing to scrub that memory later with sand. Forget the time, he mutters, tossing fruit into baskets, his eyelashes glittering with unspilled moisture. Some debts demand silence, not spices. You stash the time. Historians still catalog wrought patterns in Pompeii's fig stalls, a grim parallel to merchants who crumble under their own inheritance. A bead of syrup slides down your wrist. You lick it, sweetness curdling into medicinal musk halfway down. He's watching now, no, studying, calculating how many time bundles equate forgiveness. Another vendor's donkey brays, too close, a distraction blessed by desert saints. Camels fart like kingdoms collapsing in the gap before anyone speaks. You smelled it too, he says, wiping stickiness across his robe. The ledger hisses, demanding you assign value. Fig stains versus grief. But some entries blur beyond numeracy. His trembling stops briefly as he wraps the last basket. Sunlight slants through palm fronds, dicing his shadow into prison bars. Figs aren't supposed to ache, but these radiate melancholy hotter than noon stones. Leaving feels like retreat. The ledger tightens its chokehold. You count 3 more steps before his whisper hooks you. They died for orchards. They never even. And the man shapes the air into a shrug, more eloquent than any poem. You collapse into the tent, leather walls reeking of camel piss and rosemary oil. The merchant's unspilled tears follow you here, condensing into sweat beads that trickle down your neck. Moroccan tanners once cured hides with fermented pigeon dung, a fact your nostrils now curse as delirium blooms. Your bedroll mutates into something viscous, gritty sand fused with sheep's wool kicking, only traps your ankles tighter. The lantern gutters, casting scorpion shadows across the ceiling. They raise jeweled pincers, twirling to a tune only venom understands. Dance for the ledger, one hisses, its tail carving figures into the smoke. You fumble for your waterskin, finding it empty, your tongue swollen into useless velvet. 10th century salt merchants believed night thirst was a djinn sitting on your chest. This one must own lead weights. Your fingers claw at the ledger, its pages damp with fever sweat. Ink bleeds into Rorschach vipers. They twist toward the margin, hissing untaxed profits. A drop falls from your chin onto page 57, watermark spreading into the silhouette of the fig merchant. Historians still argue whether medieval desert fevers stemmed from microbes or venom hidden in Saharan dust storms. Right now, you'd blame both, plus 3 bad omens. The tent flap parts know it's just wind mimicking intruders. Outside, camels groan like shipwrecks, settling into seabeds. Remember that crocodile dung sunscreen from the Ziz River. Turned out worse than sunburn. But this heat laughs at mere reptile stench. You peel your tunic off, fabric suctioning your chest with audible reluctance. Moonlight paints your torso in leper colony bruises. Those morphine swaps left marks deeper than teeth. One scorpion shadow grows bold, skittering down the tent pole. You'd swear it winks before plunging its stinger into your big toe. Pain blossoms fast, a novella compared to last month's sandfly bites. Should have paid the healer, the creature tuts, voice identical to Taghaze's salt tax enforcer. Legends claim Sufi mystics could mine for salt deposits. Using only fever visions, your personal delirium serves zero mineralogical value. Sweat pools in your navel, a lukewarm lagoon breeding hallucinations. The ledger flaps its pages, transforming into a stunted vulture. It pecks at your left knee, demanding an audit of yesterday's fig exchange. Unsanctioned compassion, it squawks, beak clicking like an abacus, missing 3 beads. You hurl a sandal, it phases through the bird, thumping against a basket of moth grubs meant for tomorrow's bartering. Your eyelids surrender, dragging you under a tar-black tide. The fig merchant's sons rise from the depths, their skeletons fused with amethyst fragments and turquoise scarabs. They play dice with their own knuckle bones, rattling like monsoon rain on a tin roof. One boy offers you a fig preserved in tears. It dissolves into salt grit when you reach. Historians still debate whether Sahara's prehistoric oceans left visible salt veins, or if they just haunt madmen's dreams like this. Morning arrives as a brute, slamming sunlight through every stitch hole. The ledger sticks to your rib, peeling itself free, leaves red commas on your skin. Camel stench replaces phantom scorpions, a downgrade even your headache mocks. Last night's sweat soaks the pages, smearing numbers into illegible Rorschach eels. They undulate as you squint. Outside, a trader sings lustily about his mule's constipation, folk remedies involving fermented lizards optional. You dab ink over a water-stained column, fabricating 6 phantom pepper sacks sold. The lanterned ledger won't care. It feasts on deceit as readily as truth. Your quill scratches lies into shape, each digit a shackle, lightening its weight. Fever's claws might recede, but its ghosts remain dancing in your peripheral vision whenever the salt shimmer gets too bright. Your eyelids peel apart, sand-crusted lashes scraping like cheap parchment. Darkness presses closer tonight, the fire's down to ember teeth gnawing on charred tamarind roots. That throaty giggle comes again, part drunken uncle, part butcher sharpening his knives. You freeze halfway through reaching for your dagger, fingers brushing cold steel. 20 pairs of eyes gleam just beyond the light's edge, sulfur yellow moons floating in nothingness. Bedouin elders called them washers of the dead scavengers who'd tidy up Allah's unfinished work. Your breath hitches, a dam against the scream climbing your throat. One beast lopes closer, its shadow stretching thin as it crosses the starwash. Hyena forelegs muscle-bound and uneven, giving their gait that drunkard stumble. You count ribs through mangy fur, famine etched into every stride. A loose flap of skin swings beneath its neck, jackal damaged and festering. Historians still argue whether their infamous laughter signals stress, mockery, or some grotesque prayer. This one's wheeze sounds distinctly like a tax collector tallying your debts. Your campfire spits a final spark. The alpha male flinches. His pack mates mimic him, rippling backward like ink dropped in water. For 3 trembling breaths, silence holds. Then the chuckles resume, closer now, a surround sound nightmare. You fumble for the salt ledger, instinct screaming it's thinner armor than linen. Absurdly, you recall Roman naturalist Pliny claiming hyena, ashes cure love sickness, as if heartbreak needed a stench remedy. Feet shuffle through gravel, left, right behind. They're timing your pulse. A smaller hyena darts in, snatching the spit where yesterday's ibex ribs once hung. Its jaws snap the empty wood, splinters spraying like shrapnel. Laughter erupts, this time higher, crueler. You hurl a burning log. It lands in a shower of orange stars. The pack scatters briefly. One pauses to piss on your projectile, its hind leg cocked with insulting nonchalance. The dagger trembles in your grip, less like a weapon and more like a compass needle during that magnetic storm near Gardia. Your other hand digs into the salt sack beside you. Hyenas despise turmeric, or so insisted that half-mad spice vendor in Fez. You fling a handful of granules, the crystals catching moonlight like flung diamonds. The alpha sneezes, shakes its head, then licks the ground. So much for folk wisdom. The biggest female pads forward her teats, swollen with milk. Hunger overrides caution, even in monsters. She tests the air, nostrils flaring toward your meager water skin. 17th century, desert guides swore nursing hyenas wouldn't attack humans, believing their milk curdled at the scent of unblooded steel. Her lips peel back, revealing molars that could crack femur marrow. You murmur the Shahada not from piety, but because grandmother claimed predators recognize holy words. She lunges. Your dagger meets her throat, a clumsy upward jab. The blade skids off matted fur, sparking against her brass-studded collar. Weight collars mean ownership. This beast's no wild scavenger. She's someone's ill-kept watchdog. The realization stuns you longer than wise. Her teeth snag your sleeve, jerking you sideways. Fabric rips, but skin stays whole. Ancient copper coins spill from your torn pocket, rolling toward the pack. They pounce on the clattering discs, growling over this sudden treasure. You scramble backward, heels digging trenches in the sand. The female retreats, her prize clamped between bloody gums. She worries the coin like a puppy with a new toy, head shaking side to side. Others circle her, jealousy thickening the air. You seize the distraction, grabbing the salt ledger and your half-empty water skin. Behind the largest rock, your fingers brush something cold and cylindrical. The alchemist's emergency flare, forgotten since that ill-fated attempt at lightning summoning near Tripoli. You strike the flare against stone once, twice, nothing. The hyena pack stills, all eyes pivoting toward the click-clack rhythm. On the third strike, A hiss erupts, followed by a searing green flame. The female drops her coin, yelping, as magnesium glare floods the wadi. Shadows leap, crazy puppets dancing on canyon walls. Every hyena bolts their giggles, replaced by panicked yowls. Only the collared female hesitates, glancing back with something akin to regret before vanishing into the dark. Silence collapses, heavy as a dropped sarcophagus lid. You slump against the rock, flare hissing in your fist. Wadi Rum's cliffs loom, iron-rich stone bleeding, rust red even at night. 500 years from now, British officers will lose their sanity mapping these canyons, convinced they heard voices in the wind. The flare dies, plunging you back into grayscale darkness. Your camp lies ransacked, blankets, shredded dates squashed into the sand. But the ledger remains intact, its lantern symbol glowing faintly beneath splattered hyena drool. Dawn arrives as a timid blush on the eastern cliffs. You count losses, 3 water skins punctured, your spare sandals chewed to felt, and dignity thoroughly digested. But the coins saved you, a irony not lost on a salt trader, currently worth less than loose copper. You retrieve one from the sand, its surface scored with tooth marks. Cleopatra's profile stares back, nose chipped off by hyena molars. Hellenistic rulers minted these to pay Berber mercenaries, blood money washed ashore by time. You pack what remains, fingers stiff with lingering terror. A crunch underfoot reveals the flare casing, now just a smoking husk. That alchemist in Marrakesh swore it contained phoenix breath, though you suspect plain sulfur and wishful thinking. The ledger's pages stick together, hyena slobber sealing profits, and lies into one stiff monument. You heft your surviving salt sack lighter by half, thanks to last night's frantic granule tossing. Hyena laughter echoes faintly down the wadi, or maybe it's just the wind sculpting stone. Either way, you walk faster. One of Cleopatra's coins warms your palm, defiantly heavy despite its mutilation. The beasts left something behind, 2 paw prints circling your campsite like a sarcastic farewell gift. You pocket the coin, a memory, and a weapon, just as the first sunbeam ignites the cliffs into liquid gold. Historians still argue whether North African hyenas hunted humans or just haunted them. The answer walks beside you now, invisible but grinning, as you enter the knife-slash shadow of the next canyon. The canyon's shadow cuts your skin like smuggled Damascus steel, thin, cold, leaving no blood, but chilling the bone. You emerge squinting into ochre light. Ait Benhadou rises ahead, fortified clay, walls the color of dried blood. 46 watchtowers claw at the sky, each crumbling faster than the next. UNESCO will stamp it a World Heritage Site centuries from now. But today, its guts pulse with shadow trades. Your salt sack hangs lighter, still weeping white grains into the path. 2 women materialize beside the third well, their veils not dyed indigo, but woven from pure smoke. The taller one's wrist jingles with silver bells, each shaped like a weeping eye. You halt, mouth parched from 3 days' rationed sips. They glide closer, sand whispering beneath their hems like tiny conspirators. The smell hits you first, widowhood clinging to their silks. Not grief, the sharp vinegar of unmarried beyond childbearing years. A fringe Harun al-Rashid tale claims such women brew djinn hormones into perfume, though desert scholars dismiss it as cat-fueled nonsense. Her fingers brush your palm, leaving 7 dirhams stamped with lions missing Monets. For the clean crystals, she hisses, voice rasping like a saw through wet cedar. Not for your salt. Oh no, clean crystals meant talisman-grade flake, the sort rubbed on stillborn babies to ensure Allah's gates opened. Historians still argue whether such rites reflect pagan holdovers or pure pharmaceutical need. Your tongue sticks to the roof of your mouth, question died unasked. The silver scorches your palm, overheated from months, buried beneath some snake oil merchant's mattress. You glance toward the public scales, where 4 guards snooze, figs fermenting in their bellies. The shorter widow, scarf pinched tight, reveals one milky blue eye, its pupil blown wide despite noon's glare. Sleep outside the walls tonight, her companion murmurs, tucking a date pit beneath your collar, a fibrous lump of future trees. She taps the side of her nose 3 times, an echo from your father's smuggling strategies. 1 tap, deal sour. 2, let the buyer drown. 3, burn everything but the profit. The sun bleeds west, pigeons flocking to their tower roosts. You pitch camp 30 paces from the southern gate, ostensibly to avoid rabid desert hedgehog swarms. Truth whispered through caravan circles, any trader sleeping within Ait Benhadu's walls paid an extra tax, half their goods or firstborn's shadow. You count salt blocks while crickets tune their legs, 19 left, each a frosty tombstone glowing softly in moonlight. Midnight braids its fingers through the oasis palms. A scraping noise wakes you, nails dragging across sackcloth. You don't move, eyelids slit, to watch silhouettes flit between camels. 2 familiar shapes, smoke veils traded for practical black linen. The taller widow presses an ear against your largest salt brick, nodding, as if hearing ocean tides trapped within. They work fast, pouches emptied, slivers of moonlight buttering their blades. Fascination pins you down, scientific curiosity outweighing survival instinct. 18th century, French envoy René Caillier documented night wives who traded forbidden goods, but mistook them for Tuareg widows. These women whisper in no Berber tongue, their guttural clicks resembling bats echolocating. The milky-eyed one turns, places a finger against unseen lips, and blows. Dust stings your eyes, not sand, but powdered datura, floral ghosts clogging your throat. You jackknife upright, dagger already palmed, in sweat-slick grip too late. The widows freeze, one holding half your salt block clutched to her chest like a stolen infant. No weapons drawn, their venom lies in stillness. Shouts erupt from Ait Benhadou's walls, torches dousing the stars. Guards spotted movement, their thudding boots punctuated by barking dogs. The women vanish, salt blocks dissolving into night like sugar in coffee. Their passage scatters faint giggles, hyena echoes from Wadi Rum, or your own pulse thundering in damaged ears. 3 coins remain where they knelt, not the lion dirhams given earlier, but debased copper stamped with Archimedes' spiral. Dawn strips the desert raw, scourging away shadows. Your camp lies untouched, if untouched means all 19 salt blocks evaporated. Even the camel seems baffled, nosing the empty ground where his favorite lickstone once sat. Guards saunter over, sniffing for excuses to confiscate whatever's left. The lead officer kicks your waterskin, sneering at its emptiness. Smugglers, he declares, pointing to faint drag marks heading east toward the anti-Atlas peaks. You bite back laughter, knowing widows haven't touched soil. They moved, suspended a finger's width above the dust. The ledger lies open, pages blank, where salt weights should have been scrawled. Hands that penned those entries felt numb, as if detached from your wrists. You scratch a new notation, charcoal scraping papyrus gone, before cockcrow, received weight absence, payment 13. The copper coins gleam dully, 6th century counterfeit currency, mass produced by Carthaginian rebels. Archaeologists will spend lifetimes debating whether these spirals represented math, storms, or snake worship. One guard lingers, his shadow pooling around your ankles. He eyes the ledger's charcoal entry. Only madmen trade with those widows, he mutters, adjusting his turban. Their salt doesn't melt, so it's boiled with dead scribes' ink in Fezzian ritual baths. You pocket the coppers, their edges serrated like betrayal. The road north unfolds, spider silk thin, vulnerable to slightest snip of fate. Sunlight bakes the canyon walls, purging last night's mysteries. Yet in your nostrils lingers widow smell, vinegar and datura, an olfactory scar. A boy peddling palm wine pauses, offering a clay cup, his price too high. You decline, fingers brushing the 3 spiral coins. His eyes widen, knowing precisely what currency traded hands in the dark. He backs away, muttering charms against death month bargains. Your camel groans under non-existent weight. Perhaps the widows left something after all, invisible cargo pressing its knees into the beast's ribs. You walk ahead, yanking the lead rope, listening for midnight giggles in the wind. The Ziz River taunts you long before reaching its banks, date palms lining the horizon like ragged teeth mocking your thirst. You count steps to drown out mule complaints. 78, 93, 120. Each hoof-fall stirs alkali dust that burns like cayenne in eyelashes. Merchants whisper this valley breathes, exhaling methane fog come nightfall. Your nose wrinkles, the first whiffs of river mud hit damp earth and rotting tamarisk blossoms. 3 mules lag behind, ridden hard since Ait Benhadou. Their nostrils flare, catching water scent beneath the stink. Fool beasts forget last year's flood, what it left behind. You hiss a Berber command, the language feels thick, like honey stolen from phantom hives. The lead mule flicks ears, spiteful twitches, ignoring centuries of selective breeding for obedience. Historians still argue whether 8th century traders deliberately lured pack animals into wetlands, sacrificing them as living bridges. The theory reeks of hindsight romanticism, same minds that claim Pharaoh drowned in yogurt. Your boots sink into first mud, chocolate-thick muck that clings like a creditor's hand. Steady, steady, you coo knowing lies calm brutes better than truths. Too late. The mules smell liberation from their loads, salt sacks strapped tight across bony spines. They surge, thrashing toward glinting shallows with braying triumph, straight into the stomach of the ordeal. Front hooves plunge deeper, sinking past fetlocks, past knees. One idiot beast tries, pivoting, its hindquarters dragged down faster. You spot the danger first, bubbles surfacing like inverted rain, riverbed gases mocking their struggle. The lead mule sinks to its ribcage, eyes rolling white as mosque domes. Mud swallows its belly, rising with obscene slurps. Salt blocks dissolve into the sludge, thickening the cement trap. Cut the harnesses, your voice cracks, a boy's pitch, contradicting sun-weathered skin. Two drivers scramble, daggers drawn, slicing at leather straps. One sack bursts, salt spray blinding them, grains stinging like wasp kisses. The second mule screams, a sound that shreds memory and dignity, its neck arching backward toward an uncaring sky. Mud licks its throat, gulping down the noise. Drivers yank pack saddles free, leaving the animals hip-deep in Ziz's digestive tract. Archaeologists will later find their bones perfectly preserved, except the skulls, chewed clean by creatures you see only in periphery. A crocodile surfaces, rust-colored snout parting silt ribbons. It smiles, if reptilian grimaces qualify, revealing teeth like cracked porcelain. Your childhood tutor flashed the same grin, catching you pocketing figs. Drivers freeze, tracking those armored shoulders, gliding nearer water, barely rippling around its bulk. Leave them, you roar ashamed, how few breaths pass between sacrifice and surrender. 3 men haul a salvaged salt sack ashore, its hempen weave disintegrating between fingers, white gold trickling back into the river. Mud sucks your sandal off, claiming the left one with a lewd pop. Bare toes curl against ooze, as cold as a vizier's heart. The croc nudges a drowning mule's flank, playing with its food. You count 7 distinct bites before the beast's head vanishes, ripples swallowing its story. Some fringe herbalists believe river mud cures baldness. Plaster it on thick and pray. You trade every copper spiral coin for a pinch of that delusion now. By dusk, you've scraped clean 12 salvaged sacks, muleless and humbled. The ledger lies open safe on a rock, its pages curled like dying leaves. Your charcoal scrawls another weight absence entry, salt lost, dragons fed. Nearby, Your remaining camel chews thorn apples with judgmental side-eye, remembering how you mocked its flatulence yesterday. Night falls sharp as a Bedouin's knife. Firelight dances on retrieved salt crystals, each glimmering like captive stars. Your toes, now bare, throb phantom pulses where sandals once gripped. Voices carry over water, not drivers' whispers, but the liquid chuckles of scaled things feasting. One man offers stolen sugarcane gesturing toward the carnage. They say crocs prefer mule liver sweeter than goat. You decline, stomach churning, and watch sparks rise into indifferent constellations. The ziz murmurs on digesting its meal, patient as any predator. Tomorrow's path winds north, lighter by 3 mules, and heavier with crocodile debts. Your fingers brush those spiral coins, still warm against thigh. They hum, or maybe that's just river flies. You toss one into the dark water payment apology curse. The splash sounds like a ledger page turning. 3 dawns shuffle past since the river's feast, each step north scraping resolve thinner. The ledger's spine cracks louder now, a wooden knuckle popping with every jostle. You smell fess before seeing it, tanneries boiling vats of pigeon dung and urine, sweet rot clawing at your sinuses. Merchants swarm the caravanserai, gates like flies on a fresh wound. Yet one silhouette stays unnervingly still. A woman leans against a mulberry tree, her indigo veils swallowing sunlight whole. Damask bolts spill from her wagon, the silk shimmering like oil on water. Historically, caravans smuggled letters inside hollowed melons and bolt cores, rivaling royal couriers for speed and silence. Her fingers drum a fever rhythm against crimson fabric, each tap screaming hunted. You reek of ziz mud and crocodile regret. Her voice arrives before she moves, part echo, part accusation. The veils hide everything but her henna'd palms, skin mapped in saffron swirls, mimicking roads you wish you'd never traveled. You nod, silent, the knot of your missing sandal still chafing between toes. She unrolls a bolt, dusk burgundy threads, so tightly woven they whisper when torn. 16 letters, northbound, hidden here. Her nail traces the silk's hollow core, ghost-thin paper rolls nestled inside. The Sultan skins couriers who carry these. Their tongues decorate the palace gates, did you know? Like grisly wind chimes, historians still argue whether 14th century silk smuggling shifted dynastic wars, or just padded merchant pockets with extra coin. You sniff, catching widow's perfume beneath her words, jasmine and clove clinging to grief. Her price chokes the air between you, 3 times the market rate, plus 2 spiral coins from your dwindling stash. She chuckles at your flinch. Do I haggle like a spice seller, measuring cumin? The Sultan hunts me. This price includes your funeral spices, if needed. 3 jokes wilt in your throat, unsaid. Desert humor dies fast near royal intrigues. The damask feels alive under your fingers, pulsing with trapped secrets. One stray thread hooks under your nail, drawing a bead of blood. Fringe archivists claim swallowing silk threads cured tapeworms, medieval dorming with sight order splendor. You wonder if these hollow cores could strangle parasites or princes. Letters for who? Her veils shiver a shrug or shudder. Names rot faster than bodies in desert heat. Call them discontented nobles, restless scholars, wives who tire of palace boredom. A silk bolt slips, thumping the dust. She freezes, ears cocked for hoofbeats, before exhaling. They seek whispers louder than a sultan's roar. Your camel chooses this moment to vomit half-digested thorn apples, stench slicing the tension. The beast blinks innocent as green slime slides down its chin. The trader's laugh rings hollow tinny sea. Even your chaperone mocks my dramatics. She refolds the damask, hands steady now, betraying no fear. Take it all, or leave these letters to curdle in sunlight. But decide before the muezzin's next call, I vanish with it. Shadows stretch, eager to swallow her wagon whole. Your fingers itch toward those spiral coins, still warm from Ziz River's kiss. Each could buy passage home or pay for a shorter coffin. Across the courtyard, a spice merchant tests saffron's worth by drowning strands in water. Gold sinks, fraud floats. You watch him curse, flinging counterfeit threads aside, and feel kinship with his disappointment. The ledger lies open in your sack, its pages begging for profit. You flip past entries stained with mule screams and crocodile grins, blank spaces gaping like hungry mouths. They say damask resists flame better than parchment. You mumble, kneading the silk between calluses. Her henna'd hand clamps yours, not fire nor blade, nor sultan's fury touches these threads, until the recipient cuts them free. Her grip leaves a ghost pattern on your wrist, saffron vines flowering into unseen roads. Swallow them if soldiers approach. Silk digests slower than secrets. You count the bolts again, 34, a fortune heavier than salt, but deadlier than scorpions. The caravanserai gates creak guards, scanning wagons with bored menace. One fingers his whip tip, crusted in old blood, or maybe pomegranate seeds. A child darts past, hurling pebbles at street dogs, laughing like this is any ordinary dusk. The normalcy feels obscene. Blink twice if you're being watched right now, you whisper. Her veils tilt, no nod, no denial. Always, but fear breathes louder when you feed it. She presses a sample scrap into your palm, the damask slit open, revealing rice paper rolled tight as cigarette. Peel this open tonight. You'll find Berber poetry so radical it scorched 3 libraries last Ramadan. Civil war simmers beneath Morocco's unified maps. Scholar rebels whispering in mountain caves. Sultans purging dissent with steel. You've dodged politics like rotten meat till now. The muezzin's first wail shivers the air, a high, mournful siren. The trader steps back, melting into mulberry shadows. Her veils bleed into twilight, indigo dissolving into nothing. Left behind 34 damask bolts tied with camel hair twine, innocuous as any luxury good. One scrap of verse burns your pocket, a tiny coal ready to ignite. Your remaining drivers eye the silk like jackals sniffing meat beneath burial shrouds. New cargo, asks one, grinning gap-toothed. Prayer rugs, you lie fingers sketching protective circles on your robe hem, a habit from childhood, blessed by 7 mute saints, extra soft for tender knees. He snorts, skeptical, but loops fresh ropes around the bolts. Their cores hum against your spine. When loaded, a beehive thrum of unread words. Night bleeds across Fes, washing the streets in ink and lamplight. You huddle behind a dye-vat fortress, its reek masking your lantern's glow. The damask scrap unfurls in trembling hands, rice paper softer than moth wings. 5 inked lines dance, Berber script flowing like poisoned honey. The lion fears no hunt, but trembles when mice learn his den has other doors. Flames claim the paper fast, ash swirling upward like miniature vultures. Silk threads stubbornly smolder, reeking of burnt hair, before surrendering. Somewhere beyond these walls, a courier's severed tongue dries in the wind. Somewhere, a sultan's spies sniff for silk-scented treason. Your fingers stroke the ledger's cover, wood grain worn smooth by generations of bad choices. Outside, your camel groans, dreaming of simpler meals. Tomorrow, these damask rolls will whisper beneath salt sacks, secrets nesting in hollow cores. North waits, roads fork, coin clinks, and the silk trader's laugh echoes in your skull, sharper than any muezzin's call. The well shudders, its stone mouth spewing dust like a dying beast's last breath. 2/3 down your bucket, rope fray, the fibers snapping strand by starving strand. Historians tally over 300 vital wells, strung along trans-Saharan routes, arteries cut, throats sealed. You tug, desperate, the dry scream of pulleys echoing across Wadi Dra. Azazel's spine crack and splinter, you hiss, invoking the desert demon who collects reckless vows. Your last waterskin hangs limp, a wrinkled scrotum of hope. The rope dissolves the bucket, vanishing into grit-choked darkness. A hollow boom answers its fall, stone slabs grinding far below. The ledger flips open in your mind, page 29. Ode 2 black goats, unblemished, to Hera's well. If sediment exceeds 6 fingers deep, you never measured, but the dust on your tongue tastes like tomb sediment. Above vultures sketch lazy spirals, patient as contract lawyers. One driver spits, hitting a lizard mid-scuttle, better to pray with silver, not goat guts. Yes, your mother prays with silver, counters his cousin kicking sand at the well's crumbling rim. She traded 2 camels for that Marrakesh gigolo, remember? Their laughter rasps, too loud in the oven blast silence. You crouch, knuckles white on the ledger, its pages curling like salted slugs. Historians still argue whether desert well shrines honored djinn or just clever water tax schemes by nomadic chiefs. Your palm slaps the stone, unthinking, a ritual gesture passed down through generations of parched fools. The vibration grumbles back, a subterranean chuckle. 2 black goats, you vow, voice cracking, unmarked by rot or fleas, fed on acacia pods, not waddy weeds. At next full moon's crest bled, where sands meet stars, a goat belches behind you, its bleat mangled by cud and cosmic indifference. 13 miles back, you'd bought them for half a salt block. The herder swearing they'd survived 17 sandstorms. Now they scratch philosophical riddles into the dirt, hooves etching. Why hast thou forsaken us unto this idiot? The ground groans, pebbles dancing sideways, as if Azazel rolls his eyes beneath the dunes. One well wall implodes, swallowing your shadow whole. The drivers scatter, swearing in 3 dialects. Only the goats stand firm, chewing, unimpressed by mortal drama. Fringe geologists whisper certain wells lead to hollow earth kingdoms, ruled by blind albino scorpion kings. You doubt it unless their majesties enjoy sipping grit slurry. Still, superstition sticks like sweat. If we stay, you announce, we'll be pissing sand by noon and burying ledgers as tombstones. The northern horizon shimmers, a liquid dream of date palms and seep springs. Radiocarbon failed to date it. 1,000 thirsty hallucinations layered on the same mirage. One driver shoves the goats forward, they're contract bound. Yes. Make them jump down, hold the walls up like Atlas in fur coats. Atlas didn't babysit ungulates, you snap, but tie rags around the goat's hind legs anyway. No vow specified living sacrifices, but profit margins prefer breathing partners. The ledger flutters, a passage catching your eye. Note, black goats resist dehydration longer than drivers. Fitting, they smell less too. You coax them toward the well, offering a withered melon rind. Hup, my doomed darlings. The male goat headbutts your thigh, a furry critique of leadership. His partner squats, depositing glossy pellets with theatrical disdain. Below, another stone slab slams shut, sealing the vault with a final echoing crunch. Thirst vibrates in your teeth, a tuning fork struck by despair. Drop a scorpion down, suggests the gap-toothed driver. Count how long till the scream. Then we know the depth, eh? 3 jokes die unsaid again. This trek's recurring theme. The vow lodges in your ribs, a second spleen made of obligation, and goats stink. No merchant ignores a water debt, not unless they enjoy mummifying alive, tongue fused to palate. Westward, leather tents huddle like beetle shells, their clans camel brands unfamiliar. You squint counting sentries. 2, maybe 3, spears glinting in the white glare. Refill the skins there. You jab a thumb trade news for water, say. The Sultan's tax collectors lurk near Tawas. The gap-toothed driver scowls, better to say, we lurk near Tawas. Scare them into generosity. Generosity won't wet our gullets. Only fear drains fast here. You mutter, rechecking the goat's tethers. Double knots good. They eye a spiky bush, already plotting escape routes through culinary sacrifice. Negotiations begin with a thrown rock, landing far short, but shouting does the rest. The tent dwellers demand payment up front, 1 goatskin per 3 sips, or half a driver's sandals. Historically, wells doubled as border markers. You counter waving the ledger like a truce flag. 14th century fatwa decreed water debts, override clan loyalties. Your fatwa can suck a viper's teat, yells a ten-tail dress, her face mapped in indigo kinship lines. She hurls a date pit, impressive velocity for a grandmother. One goat coughs, dust pneumonia setting in. Its sides heave, a furry bellows pumping despair. The ledger's ink bleeds as you sweat, page 29 blurring. Goats unblemished, bargaining stalls climaxing when the gap-toothed driver points at the tents. Their wells right there, wall collapsed, but wet. Smell it, like rotting melons, sweet sour. He sniffs theatrically, nostrils flaring. 5 minutes later, you're all digging, shifting rubble from a half-buried cistern. Your fingers bleed, flaking white salt crystals, while the goats supervise, judging. Fringe hydrologists insist Saharan wells mimic human lungs, expanding, contracting, breathing in sand, exhaling vapor. This one wheezes, a death rattle beneath shifting stones. Don't think of it as tomb sealing, you pant. Think of it as preemptive burial for future rivals. Light slants, weak lemon through dust, as the first trickle emerges. Black water silky, with silt reeking of ancient frog spawn. The tent dwellers cheer, hacking coughs, softening their threats. You submerge your entire head, mouth gulping, nostrils flaring, ignoring the wriggling larvae on your tongue. Survival tastes like sulfur and regret. The goats sip daintily, their vows postponed, but not forgotten. Somewhere deep underground, Azazel's ledger flips open too. Your name glows, fresh ink beside 2 black voids shaped like horned silhouettes. Next full moon, you whisper, spitting grit, you'll get your damned goats. The well sighs, shifting sand, swallowing the cistern's edge by midnight. Vultures bank westward bored. As you trudge north, the vow knotted tighter than camel hair ropes. Below, tomb doors seal their echoes, chasing your shadow like hungry dogs. The male goat presses its damp nose to your palm, a silent reminder. Debts outlive thirst, outlive men, outlive even the desert's hunger. Its eyes hold no judgment, just the void where stars go to die. You scratch between its horns, pledging melon rinds and shade if it survives till moonrise. It sneezes, a wet dismissal, before trotting ahead to gnaw on a thorn bush. Ledger entry, owed 2 goats. Owing everything else. Dunes crumple, reshaping themselves into sarcophagus lids. The west wind carries whispered receipts, itemized in sand, and thirst and time. 1 foot drags, then the other, sand filling your boots grain by grinding grain. Behind a tomb seals, ahead camels kneel waiting, and the goats watch, eternal witnesses to contractual doom. You enter Timbuktu through gates of sun-baked mud, each brick grooved by centuries of Saharan winds. The city exhales dust and cloves, a sneeze waiting to happen. Your salt blocks rest in the mule's pack, sweating faint brine despite the heat. Djinn Square swarms with robed figures, hands darting like eels beneath woven sleeves. No voices rise above a murmur deals sealed by finger squeezes and eyelid twitches. Historians count 27 trade languages once echoing here, now muted to knuckle cracks and sandal scuffs. A buyer materializes, his blue veil fogging steel, eyes scanning your cargo. 3 fingers brush your wrist, pressure telegraphing his offer. 5 carry shells per block. Absurd, but negotiations dance the expected steps. You counter-squeeze, digging your thumb into his pulse point, adding 3 shells. Historians still argue whether Timbuktu's silent auctions filtered Muslim trade ethics or just prevented third-party spies from overhearing salt prices. The buyer snorts, recoiling, but 3 rivals swarm him, silent as sand slipping through an hourglass. One presses limestone tokens into your palm, cool enough to fog your sweat. Another offers a blind hawk, its jesses frayed, talons clutching nothing but air. The third slips a scorpion into your sleeve, standard local humor or threat. Fringe archaeologists whisper Timbuktu's alleys hide barter marks from pagan kingdoms, signs scratched by slave dealers and spice witches. You wink, tapping a crescent scar on your wrist, their code for trust. No camel driver under 40. The hawk screeches beak, snapping at imaginary prey, its wings grating like rusted hinges. You weigh the cowries, testing each shell against your teeth for clay fakes. 16 click reel, 83 still chatter like false teeth in a sandstorm. The ledger flops open, ink dissolving in your damp grip. Blind scavengers, even feathered ones, see further than ledger keepers at noon. Croaks an elder, slumping against a crumbled minaret. Its eyes were plucked by Tuareg witches for tracking water veins. You chuckle, tossing him a pinch of salt, your standard bribe for street wisdom. Witches prefer haggling to plucking, worked a stall in Sigil Masa. She undercharged me for love potions. The hawk flaps once, pecking your earlobe, dropping a crescent moon of blood onto page 56. Perfect red ink never lies. A new bidder glides forward, his hennid fingertips squeezing your elbow. 6 cowries, and the bird he signals, adding a thumb stroke, meaning favor owed. You nod, palming the shells like dice, before dumping salt blocks into his hemp sack. The hawk claws your shoulder, drawing twin trails of irritation, soaring when you swear. Blocks change hands 6 more times, each trade silent, efficient parched of ceremony. You pocket 32 cowries, the blind hawk swooping back as if magnetized. Persistent, you mutter, feeding it a locust snatched mid-leap. Traders melt away as sunset stains the Songhai mosque's spire blood orange. Your ledger scratches, salt sold, debts covered, hawk acquired, unrequested. Cowries click, counting themselves, their porcelain curves mimicking the moon. One loose shell rolls, nestling against the well curb, where Mansa Musa's treasurer once drowned in gold dust. You pocket it, a souvenir of avarice. The ledger demands dinner, but your belt tightens. Remember the oasis of screams, inflated bread prices. Nostalgia hits, sudden and pungent as camel musk, for that gigolo's overpriced apricots back in Marrakesh, 4 blocks short, yes, but his jokes were almost worth the markup. The hawk shrieks, pecking your boot, leading you toward a flame-painted tent. Inside, blacksmiths hammer ingots shaped like predatory birds, their beaks tonguing smoke. A woman fans coals with ibis wings, her face veiled in iron beads. Clairvoyant metal, she hisses, pointing at your hawk. Feed it embers, and it'll track debts owed or lovers lost. You snort, dropping a cowrie onto her anvil. Keep the fortune, and forge me a hawk-sized muzzle. She spits, melting the shell instantly. Its ghost smell stale oysters. The hawk screeches, a sound like ripping parchment, and snatches a glowing ember from the forge. Swallows it whole. Fringe ornithologists swear Timbuktu's scavenger birds hybridized with desert salamanders, evolving fireproof gullets. You sigh, watching the hawk exhale smoke rings shaped like coin signs, disputing this theory. Your stomach growls a protest, echoing that misguided goat's complaint 5 wells ago. Tomorrow caravan west. But tonight, wagons circle near the salt pans, their axles creaking slave ship lullabies. Ledger balanced, you scratch the hawk's neck, surprised by its purr, deep and resonant as a war drum. Better than Azazel's goats, you admit, cracking a salt block for it to peck. Sand coats your throat, grit grinding between teeth. But the hawk's smoke breath tastes like distant campfires. 23 cowries remain, stitching your purse to your hip, counterfeit fear, soldered to real hunger. Sleep claims you under the tent's quilted shadows. Hawk perched on your chest, its talons pricking dream wounds. You wake to the auction, restarting, fingers probing your sleeve before dawn cracks the horizon. Bids pinch your forearm, fierce, desperate. Hawk ownership, now triple your salt's worth. Odd, but Timbuktu's logic curls like snake tracks, best not followed. Keep your coins, you rasp, standing, dusting sand from your robe. Mountain roads need scouts, even blind ones. The hawk screeches, launching west, a smudge of smoke trailing its tail feathers. Your ledger laughs dryly, page corners charred by ember breath, as you trudge toward the Fess market's fever. Cowries clink, mocking all ledgers and their fragile math. The hawk circles back, dropping a half-melted silver ring, its band etched with twin pyramids, before vanishing into the glare. Debts remain, but tools shift shape, pledges mutate, profit walks strange paths. You pocket the ring, its metal warm as a fresh-struck coin, and whistle the salt song your great-grandfather taught you. North gates loom, their hinges weeping rust, while the hawk's shadow flits ahead, a guide or a taunt. Either way it flies. You whistle through the north gates, the hawk's smoke trail long vanished into the haze. Stars prick the velvet sky, hard and sharp, as salt grains spilled across obsidian. Your thumb traces the half-melted ring, still warm pyramids biting into your calloused skin. 5 nights pass, dunes rising like the backs of sleeping giants. You navigate by the ghoul star, steady and cold, its blue blue gleam trusted by desert caravans. Since Mansa Musa's gold-laden pilgrimage 7 centuries past, historians still argue whether medieval Arab navigators really cursed Venus for stealing the North Star's glory during certain seasons. The ledger flutters, pages warped by the hawk's ember breath, ink bleeding like beetle juice. You snort, counting constellations, as if they're unpaid debts. Orion's belt owes you 3 silver coins. On the 6th night, your compass needle trembles, tainted by a new star's pull. A glittering stranger winks low in the west, mocking the ghoul star's steady glow. You squint, you're prettier. You mutter, bet you tip well. Fringe astronomers whisper of wandering stars that stalk Saharan caravans. Bedouin myths call them al-jathum, trickster spirits craving human company. You adjust course toward the interloper, boots crunching sand crust that sounds like breaking bones. 3 hours later, cliffs rear from the dark, sheer faces, gleaming like wet teeth. Wrong, all wrong. Atlas tracks burned into your brain show no precipices here. The lyre star grins, its light slick as oil on water. Your hand jerks, spilling the ledger. Pages riffle wildly, stopping at your great-grandfather's warning. When stars misbehave, trust only camels and spite. The compass needle whirls, dizzy, pierced by the false star's magnetism. Spite it is, you growl, kicking a salt block loose from the mule's pack. The beast grumbles, its protest cut short by a skittering sound above. Pebbles rain down, cliffs alive with shifting shadows. Historians document how Almoravid engineers carved cliff roads here, but sand erased those feats by 1303. Your toe dislodges a rusted pickaxe head, proof of human sweat wasted. The quirky tidbit nibbles your mind. Berber miners allegedly left gift pebbles to appease cliff spirits, still found by hikers today. The hawk screams, reappearing in a puff of sulfur-scented smoke, eyes milky, yet fixed on the lyre star. It dive-bombs your head talons, snatching a fistful of hair. Traitorous chicken, you snap, swatting at ember-hot feathers. Stone groans, a slab detaching itself from the cliff face, plummeting. You leap aside sand, exploding where it lands, a tombstone for nobody. The ledger pages lift, beckoning west, edges singed by the hawk's breath. Fine, fine, no cliffs, you concede. But the compass needle won't reset. North has become a slippery idea, a mirage. Your finger stabs the ledger. Follow the hawk, and may Satan balance your books. Flint strikes steel, a spark kissed onto page corner, words curling into black lace. The ledger ignites, a torch hurled at the gathering dark flames, licking upwards in orange tongues. Light flares, revealing fissures in the rock, handholds etched by long-dead miners. The hawk screeches, dipping into the fire stream, its feathers catching like oil-soaked rags. Now a comet, a burning dart, it rockets toward the lyre star, trailing smoke and your curses. Cliff shadows retreat, shamed by the blaze. You shuffle west, flame glow your only guide, the ledger crumbling in your grip. Heat bites your palm, a fair trade for not becoming vulture scraps tonight. One ember lands on the mule's rump, earning a kick that near decapitates you. Save the drama, you mutter. That hawk owes us both a raise. Dawn pinks the horizon, cliffs shrinking behind you like scorned lovers. The lyre star fades, exposed as a coward. Your burned hand throbs, a perfect match for the ledger's charred spine. Salt blocks sweat reassurance, their weight familiar as old lies. Ahead, the true ghoul star hangs, steady forgiving. You salute it with the stump of your torch ashes, scattering like black snow. Next time you tell the dawn, I'm hiring a drunkard with a sundial. You lick salt from your cracked palm, tongue scraping skin raw, and taste the iron tang of old blood beneath the white crust. Crystals bloom beneath your fingernails, tiny geodes of agony, the price of guarding precious cargo in your hold. Even now, between fitful dozes, you hear the slabs whispering to each other, old gossip from dried seabeds. The 13th morning dawns hotter, windless. Your sweat evaporates before it beads. Remember those ironwood chests in Sigil Masa, stacked in pyramid formation. Yes, like the pharaoh's tombs. Now they mock you with their neat angles. Your mule's corpse lies 5 paces back, tongue black as Leviathan's hide, the water gone sour yesterday. Historians note Roman soldiers' salt wages, corrupted, tested by licking to avoid cheaters. Lick your arm, gritty residue clings, proof of profit over poison. That quirky sliver of fact claws up your spine. Merchants along the salt road secretly craved pickled lemons, believed they canceled out salt's curse. Your left calf seizes, a vice of cramp, toes curling backward toward an impossible angle. You scream into the dunes' blank faces. Only 16 sacks left, the ledger's spine crumbling faster than your own entries, smudged by shaky fingers. Timbuktu's promised gold coins fade, replaced by visions of well water deep enough to drown in. Should have traded for camels, you croak, voice rusted shut. Not those sway-backed mules from the grief-eyed dealer in Fez. Remember how he hid his thumbs, stumps wrapped in faded indigo. Ought to have been clue enough. Midday haze conjures shapes, a wet nurse you knew as a child, her hands dripping salt water, sprinkling your cradle. Superstition claims it wards off djinn. Now you wonder if she doomed you instead. Historians still argue whether the salt sickness hallucinations matched ergot poisoning symptoms, or if traders blamed demons for their own greed. You stab the ledger open, page corners flaking like dried scabs, and tally losses. 3 words blur into one, tear-silver flesh, your great-grandfather's term for this stage. Fringe caravan tales warn sufferers see their own veins as salt veins. Your wrists prove it, white lines branching beneath blue. 2 more licks, just to taste the ledger's truth, worse than swallowing glass shards. Your throat balloons, a desert toad's sack, each breath whistles like broken reeds. Shadows lengthen, dancing over dunes, mocking your shivers, despite the furnace heat. Nightfall brings false relief, stars peering indifferent as hung jury. You claw at the nearest sack, nails splintering, desperate for proof. The cargo remains real. Salt pours over your boots, singing a discordant hymn, high notes, like bone flutes, bass, like a camel's last groan. That hawk you cursed, remember, circles overhead after 6 days' absence. Its left wing drags your mirror image now, half ruined yet clawing forward. Come to laugh, you spit, and instantly choke your spit thick as lime paste. The bird tilts, judging your worth, then drops something small that thuds by your foot. A fig shriveled, stolen from who knows where. You cram it between cracked lips, sweetness like a mirage, a momentary balm. Then grit floods your mouth, the fig's core packed with sand, the hawk's final joke. You scream a hoarse scrape, hurling the fruit skyward. The bird dives, snatches it midair, a thief reclaiming stolen goods. Morning unveils worse. Your hands resemble stucco peeled from some drowned palace. The ledger lies abandoned, its ink bled into illegible clouds, every debt erased by sweat. 13 steps toward what you pray is west, then you collapse, knees grinding into salt-scoured earth. Clouds gather first in 10 weeks pregnant with taunts, not rain. Lightning forks, illuminating 3 figures on a distant ridge. Hallucinations or Tuareg trackers. You lack the spit to care. One waves, a lazy arc like scything wheat. The hawk perches on their spear tip, tattling your coordinates. Your last coherent thought, 3 copper coins still jingle in your pouch, payment for the ferryman or scorpion healer. Choose wisely. The salt sacks sigh shifting, a chorus of dying waves, as you press your crumbling face into their embrace. The hawk's cry slices your stupor, a blade of sound, as shadows congeal around your camp. You fumble for the dagger crusted to your hip, the scabbard fused shut by salt. Figures melt from the dunes, blue-veiled and silent, curved swords whispering free from leather sheaths. Their leaders' eyes glint above the veil, a hawk stare measuring your worth beneath the indifferent moon. You freeze, recognizing the indigo-stained wool, the agal headrope holding their tajamust in place. Their kel ahagar Tuareg, nicknamed blue men for the dye leaching onto their skin. A nomadic confederation ruling these sands for 900 years. Historians note their matrilineal clans allowed women to inherit camels and land, a detail you cling to as weapon edges kiss your throat. A blade presses deeper, drawing a ruby bead of blood, then pauses. The leader's gaze snags on your forearm, where a crescentan scorpion tattoo peeks through grime. He barks a command, veiled voices grumbling, swords lowering reluctantly. 3 others mimic his sharp hand sign, thumbs pressed to palms, warding against evil. Mabrouk Westman's bastard lives. He spits the words thick as dates, turning his back with imperial disdain. The hawk lands on his shoulder, traitorous familiar, preening its sand-matted feathers. Quieter traders' tales claim Tuareg warriors buried blades under dunes at full moon, letting the sand sharpen them, razor-edged secrets you'd mocked as superstition. Now, you wonder, the raiders ransack your remaining sacks, snorting at the meager haul. One scatters salt across your boots, white powder swirling like ghostly flame. Their camels loom, tall shadows chewing cud, with bored indifference, gems gleaming on harnesses. Another obscure fact claws up, blue dye, was rumored to deter scorpions. Yet their saddles crawl with the fat-tailed death dancers. Leadership proves temporary. A younger one, gleaming earrings, catching moonlight, lunges at you dagger, hissing through the dead air. Steel meets steel, leader's blade intercepting. A discordant chime ringing across the wadi. They argue in Tamashek, the older man making that same warding gesture as you inch toward the ledger, miraculously preserved in your belt. You dare one question voice, as cracked as the salt flats. You knew my father. The leader rips off his veil, skin deeply dyed blue, revealing a hooked nose mirroring yours. Historians still argue whether some Tuareg clans hired European smugglers as northern guides, or took them as forced husbands. His eyes narrow, public answer already formed, before he slashes your remaining camel's tether rope. The beast lurches sideways, ears flat, spitting green froth in terror. Blue-robed figures mount, bridles jingling your salt-laden mokes, abandoned as insufficient tribute. The leader's final glare carves into you, promise or warning, as the dunes swallow him whole. Sand shifts, erasing their tracks like water. Only their musk remains indigo and sour camel milk. You sag against a mule's corpse, ribcage crumbling beneath your weight, and probe the ledger's swollen pages. 3 copper coins still nestle there, warm from your skin enough for well water or a shallow grave. The campfire gutters, light bleeding into pre-dawn gray, as the hawk's silhouette circles eastward, carrying some unspoken verdict on your survival. Dawn bleeds feeble light your blistered hand, counting 3 coins as a crunch approaches from the salt flats. Bare feet tamp down crusted earth, a silhouette backlit by the risen sun, too small to be danger. You grip the ledger tighter, ink-scabbed pages your only shield, until the girl steps into camp. Her eyes gleam like sap beneath palm resin, deep amber, and too old for that child's face. Salt streaks frame her cheeks, crusting thin braids that sway like censer stems, an odd crystallization even Saharan dawn can't melt. She clutches an indigo rag, twisted into a pouch, knuckles dusted white. Though young enough to be counting goats, you remember Berber children training as couriers by 6. Historians still argue whether miners joined these caravans as laborers, or if their tales birthed desert's many phantom child legends. Begin, she murmurs, using the trade start ritual from coastal markets, and spills the pouch's contents. 6 desert amethysts clunk onto your ledger, geode interiors, shimmering like wineskins, holding moonlight. These violet stones once bought Andalusian wheat, cut in mountains 5 days west, where geologists claim the sand exhales quartz when scorpions mate. A nonsense theory, but you don't scoff as you raise a stone to the light. Bad year for gems. You lie expert fingers assessing truth despite exhaustion. One amethyst weeps a cloudy fracture, others flawless as mirage lakes. You watch her shadow, limbed in dew, despite the bone-dry air, wondering why she's alone. Mainstream guides mention lost Qusar children, scouts, apprentices, abandoned when caravans fled raiders, an uncomfortable truth sung softly while fools romanticize nomad life. Her hand snakes out, snatching the weakest stone, salt dropping from her knuckles to sizzle on cool ashes. Fine, take the 5 and leave. You push the rest toward her, but she shakes her head. Not for dates, she rasps, voice like goatskin dragged over flint, locking eyes on the salt sack behind you. You laugh, though your throat's dust-lined, smirking at the moon-pale mules eyeing her. This batch crumbles near water, better for scouring pots than seasoning mutton. She just waits, resolute, salt tracks drying into cracked gullies below red-rimmed eyes. You jerk your chin, permission granted, and she darts to the nearest sack. Her fingers pull flakes, tasting them blankly, as if checking silver purity. A bitter laugh escapes. Nobody trusts my stock, not moonsick girls or blue-veiled brigands. She scoops salt into her rag, weighing each pinch like poultry feed, then retreats 3 steps. She stretches out the pouch, amethysts piled on your ledger, expecting your verdict. You drum fingers on your musket, the wood creaking with leftover malice from last night, then double her portion. Call it charity, call it exhaustion, or dread of those brine-hardened eyes. Kids got salt where tears should be, maybe I'm next. Ragged curls sway as she nods, tying the pouch to her belt with sinew cord. They say singing helps the crystals grow slower. She offers suddenly, touching her cheeks' white streaks, volunteering nothing else. You file that under quirky caravan lore. Folks claim harmony softens salt's bite in wounds, but practical trials disproved it. The ledger tingles, page edges, warped from mule sweat, as you mark the trade. Record 10s, high 5 amethysts for 2 weeks of camel fodder, but profits not tonight's goal. She watches the quill scratch, unblinking, until your pen falters. Name, you croak, needing a ledger entry as anchor, anything to halt her haunting. She tilts her head, the first childlike motion, before tapping your tattooed forearm. Same as your father called me before the hyenas chewed his maps. You freeze, quill tips snapping against the grain-deep wood. Quirky thing about Saharan myth. Ghosts love word games, but hate direct lies. Hawkers peddle amulets against such tricksters, lead balls clasped in lion fur. Yet no charm fits this hollow-faced girl. She pivots, dust puffing beneath dirty soles, vanishing like wind through the gap between tents. You lurch up, muscles screaming, but she's nowhere, no footprints, no telltale amethyst glitter along the flats, only a granular hiss from the disturbed salt sack, and 2 overlapping wishes floating on your exhale. Let her be real and heading home. Let her stay gone. The mules bray, sudden scenting water only beasts detect. You pocket the amethysts, one throbbing like a third eyelid, and count the remaining sacks. 50 days to fess, if thieving spirits and backstabbing merchants allow it. You bend to scrape spilled salt, honoring stingy traditions taught by long-dead traders, and pause. Where the girl stood, the earth furrows upward, tiny salt pillars clustered like petrified bouquets. An accidental arch, or some mineral trick, before the wind levels all. The ledger lies open, reeking of sweet rot as you pack the quill. No need to record phantom trader girls, northbound fools already drown in their own superstitions. Still, your thumb brushes those cheek salt streaks, still clinging beneath your nails, powder vibrant as shattered crystal. Camels groan, itching to leave this sight, offended by lingering spirits and poor water. You heave the last sack, gagging till your throat spasms, as a rock wren's song mimics a child's raspy promise. A mad impulse strikes, glutting the ledger entry, just 5 words. Paid in full, with interest. You drag your boots through sand, each step sinking deeper than the last, toward the dune's crumbling crest. Your thighs scream all fire, and frayed rope muscles, memorizing every grain between here and Tazart. The summit looms, a taunting slash of amber against cobalt sky, as your camel wheezes behind you. Halfway up, the slope gouges itself, sliding backward like water through fingers. You sink to your knees, panting, watching pebbles skitter down the incline. Friendly little devil, aren't you? You rasp, spitting grit from cracked lips. The beast snorts, tilting its head, as if to say, cliffs make better dance partners. Your fingers dive into the salt sack, groping for weight that isn't there. 3 handfuls left lighter than a vulture's shadow, and impossibly dry. Caravan records from this root note weights lost, usually by thievery or spoilage, but never confessed in ledgers. Gold traders once called these dunes Alice scales, balancing greed against survival in grains of sand. Crawling resumes, elbows shredding against silica shards, the summit nipping closer. Wind gusts whip your face, each blast a sandpaper kiss, gnawing at your resolve. 10 paces below the ridge, you hear it, a low hum beneath the gale. Song of the dunes, the Tuaregs call it, though geologists blame shifting sands, vibrating at specific slopes. Quirky detail, many still leave honey offerings to calm, noisy dunes, regardless of modern science. The camel halts, sensing something you don't, jerking its head away from the peak. Move, you flea-addled monument to bad choices. The beast whines, hooves stamping divots, then relents with martyred grace. Your left boot finds purchase, crushing a brittle twig, revealing bleached camel bones beneath. These peaks recycle themselves, swallowing roots whole, then belching up skeletons after storms. At the brink, wind tears at your eyes, forcing you to squint downward. The valley unfurls, ochre plains stitched with silver rivers, and there, 3 leagues off, the honey-colored walls of Tazart. Home, a laugh rattles your ribs, dry as sun-baked clay, while your knees surrender. Sand sprays upward as you collapse, shaking too hard to stand. Historians still argue whether exhaustion or relief killed more traders upon spotting home. The camel nudges your back, its hot breath reeking of fermented thorn pods. All right, all right. You grip its saddle straps, hauling yourself upright, surprised when your legs hold. Your fingers brush the remaining salt, now pure white from the climb, years lighter than when harvested in Tagheza. A Berber myth claims salt sheds weight for each life it preserves, folly peddled by poets. Until now, the descent mocks you, taut thighs trembling, arches cramping with every sliding step. You cling to the camel's harness, rope grooves biting your palm. As the beast shambles down sideways, sand spills around you, miniature avalanches purring beneath your soles. Halfway down, your heel catches an embedded rock, sending you sprawling. The sack tears, salt scattering like shorn wool, your cry swallowed by desert silence. Scooping the grains feels futile. Half already lost, your hands frantic sieves against thirsty earth. The camel pauses, chewing its cud with judicial calm until you glare up. Not a word. It blinks disapproving as you salvage what's left. Tazart's walls swell white banners, snapping atop watchtowers, market smoke coiling into dusk. The salt barely fills your cupped palms now, maybe enough for 2 stew pots. Certainly not profit. Less than a sigh, as the old ones say. Your throat knots, partly dust, mainly disbelief. 700 miles, ice-bitten nights, hyena laughter, and mule drownings. And this all that remains. Village children dash from the gates, barefoot, shouting news of your return. Their cries twist through the wind, names half-remembered, stories you don't recall starring in. One palm steadies the ledger inside your robe, its pages pressing against your ribs, swollen from rainstorms and spilled tonics. Questions shiver through you. Where are the others who survived the blue raids at Wadi Rum? What debts remain unpaid? The camel grumbles, pulling toward the stables, nudging you forward. Home feels foreign, a teethless grin, welcoming you into its hollowed mouth. Shadows stretch longer now, the cliffs bleeding purple twilight as your boots hit paved stone. No grand procession meets you, just a potter squinting from his stall, nodding as if you'd left yesterday. Wind snakes down the alley, plucking at your hood, sharp with cumin and sheep dung. Somewhere, a flute trills mournful and familiar, lapping against your ears like a long-lost hound's greeting. The salt still clings to your fingers, white prints smudged on the camel's flank, as you whisper to empty air. Made it, father. You crouch by the hearth, fingers trembling, counting 7 pages torn from the ledger. Firelight licks the edges, eager, turning your debts into brittle ghosts. Each sheet curls black before dissolving, ash motes lifting like miniature djinn towards the smoke hole. 3 copper coins lie pooled in your palm, warm from your fist, the sum total of Tazart's forgotten promises. They clink, a hollow sound, as you roll them over knuckles. Caravans once paid imperial taxes, in Tagha's assault. 15 ounces per camel records burned after payment to avoid double collection. Historians still argue whether traders torched ledgers in defiance or relief when accounts balanced at zero. The fire murmurs, releasing trapped voices, scattered words from scorched parchment, repaid hisses from one page, leon crackles from another, until all syllables surrender to flame. Your gray tuncle claimed burnt ledgers, released tormented numbers back to the desert, allowing fresh tallies come dawn, quaint folklore, until you notice shadows pooling differently tonight, as if ink bleeds upward into darkness. A cold draft snakes under the door, lifting ashes into slow spirals, kissing your forehead with grit. Outside, the last muezzin's call fades, leaving only the pop of olive pits in the coals. You remember the leper colonies tapping Morse code, the weight of laudanum vials, how their silence cost 3 sacks of white Tagha's assault. The 3 coppers press into your thumb, each dented by a different mint master's hammer. One bears Cyrene's chariot, another shows Carthage's leaping horse, the last just a crude sunburst from some backwater forge. Together, they wouldn't buy a decent skin of water in Sigil Moss's market. Your knee cracks as you rise, stiffness gnawing at joints. The long trek, not yet purged from bones. You toss the coins onto the embers, flare of greenish tarnish, watching copper blush orange before melting into slag. Profit transmuted to vapor. Wind rattles the shutters, a loose plank gasping as you lean against the cold clay wall. Someone once told you ash from burnt ledgers could cure warts, or summon minor demons depending on the moon phase. Nonsense. But you scoop a pinch into a clay vial anyway, sealing it with wax. Just in case. Threadbare cushions sigh as you slump down, their once crimson velvet, now faded to corpse pink. The room smells of loneliness, dust, and stale mule sweat, with undertones of rusted hinges. No wife waits, no children quarrel over the last date, just 4 walls and the ledger's remaining spine, its hollow gut gaping at the ceiling. Your tongue probes a molar loosened by scurvy, wobbling like a drunk guard on night watch. Every twitch screams, vibrating up your jaw as sharp as the thief boy's henned fingers in fez. 3 sharp knocks startle you, wood groaning under a visitor's fist. Open up, traitor. The voice rasps, hoarse, robbed of origin by the door's thickness. You freeze, hand drifting toward the dagger sheathed beneath your robe blade, still nicked from parrying Tuareg steel at Wadi Rum. The knock sounds again, impatient, followed by a moist cough. Your camel's coughing blood in the stable. The voice croaks. Poor beast won't last till sunrise. Relief uncoils your spine muscles, slackening, but the dagger remains half drawn. Let the sands claim her then, you call back, surprised by your own bitterness. She earned her rest. Silence swells long enough for embers to dim, then boots shuffle away over packed earth. The dagger slides home, its hilt cold against your ribs, companionable as a graveside vigil. Flame shrinks to blue whispers, painting wobbling giants on the walls as you count the ledger's scars. Ink blots shaped like scorpions, sandfly blood smeared across page 42, the watermark, where river mud bloated the paper. These ghosts stay bound, spared the fire for crimes too heavy to burn away. The window shutters bang, startling a desert owl from the roof tiles, its wings clapping over the midnight rooftops. Salt still crusts your hairline, itchy reminder that tag hazes minds never quite wash clean. You sniff your robe, reeking of burned sugar and fear sweat, sour enough to curdle goat milk. No washerwoman in Tazart could salvage this fabric. No merchant would trade a single parched almond for it. Outside, a donkey brays, high-pitched and inconsolable, followed by a stone's sharp kick against trough wood. Footsteps retreat grumbling, fading down the alley. Normal night sounds, ordinary quarrels, yet your pulse drums like war tambours against your throat. You limp to the chest, thumb brushing the iron hasp, lifting it with a groan of hinges. Inside, only 3 possessions remain: your mother's amber comb, father's copper compass, the empty scabbard that once held his sword. Coins could have bought new boots or commissioned a tombstone, but fire demanded its share tonight. The spent ashes flutter when you exhale, dusting the chest's interior with filigree shadows. Floor tiles bite through thin soles as you kneel, forehead pressed against cool stone, smelling old blood in the grout. Maybe the former tenant butchered sheep here, or bandits staged a last stand, or it's just rust leaching from well water. 3 bells clang in the distance, temple gongs, warning of predatory shadows on the dunes. You rise, wincing, knee joints grinding like millstones, full of sand. The remaining ledger pages whisper, riffled by night wind showing columns in your father's tight script. His debts live here, unforgiven, patient as mountain stones. You press palms to eyes, stars bursting behind lids until voices fade. The camel's death rattle, the ash djinn, the knocker's labored breath, all dissolve into silence. Dawn will come, will demand choices, beg for a fresh ledger. But tonight, 3 copper ghosts glint in the embers, their voices finally still. You push the shattered door, wood groaning, a mosaic of splinters catching dawn's first blush. Wind whistles through the gap, playing your ribs like a flute, carrying the ghost scent of saffron and mold. Inside, dust hangs thick, dancing in diagonal sunlight where roof tiles have surrendered to time. Your heel grinds a cockroach corpse, crunch echoing as you step over the threshold. Air here tastes different, stale, stripped of laughter and spilled mint tea. The floor mat lies curled dead centipede where your wife once beat it with a broom each Friday. Historians love arguing whether desert homes decay faster, lack of humidity versus relentless sun. But no parchment explains this hollow chill. 2 clay cups rest upside down on the sill, decade-old olive pits, rattling inside, a game you played during sandstorms. The left cup's handle broke the day news came of the caravan massacre. Your thumb remembering the crack as if it bled yesterday. Roaches skitter from your shadow, fast as Tuareg raiders, vanishing into wall cracks. Something green pulses in the corner, a phosphorescent fungus, thriving where the mule's trough once stood. Caravanserai old-timers swore nightshine mold grew only where jilted brides wept fringe nonsense. Yet you kick dust over it anyway. Wind bullies the shutters, loose hinges shrieking, an off-key duet with your grinding molars. The hearth yawns black cold ash long scattered, no trace of those 7 burnt pages. Your boot prods a rodent nest woven from ledger scraps, tiny teeth marks decorating numerals. 3 steps left you find the alcove where cedar chests once hoarded wedding silks, empty now save for a single desiccated scorpion, tail poised to strike nothing. Forgotten dowries fetched 16 dinars in fess-back alleys, just enough to bribe guards at Sigil Moss's moontax gate. Dust motes spark as sun climbs, revealing grooves in the floor, paths worn by feet now buried. Here your father paced, calculating salt taxes. There your daughter traced circles with a stolen charcoal stick. Their ghosts refuse to lift ground into the tiles like stubborn stains. You crouch, fingertips brushing a rusted hinge where a copper compass once lived. Looters took anything shiny, left only this stain of absence. Desert thieves favored compasses, magnetized needles, confused by Timbuktu's iron-rich sands, gadgets rendered useless south of the dunes. Outside, a familiar groan, the wet cough of camels' shifting weight. You lean through the missing wall, sun punching your eyes, counting 7 beasts kneeling in ochre light. Not your caravan, strangers' brands mark their haunches, but their eyes know you, always more camels. The ledger lies splayed by the doorstep, spine cracked, pages fluttering like a shot bird's last tremor. Wind riffles to the final entry, your charcoal scrawl from the leper colony's exchange, where dropped vials became debts. Salt still crusts the margins, licking your thumb with metallic thirst. Your shadow stretches tall and thin as a gibbet post, mocking how little space you now occupy. 4 rooms once cramped with life now echo, every cough a cannon shot, every sigh a sandstorm. You press palms to the wall, cold clay kissing skin, remembering frescoes your mother painted. Vines and songbirds now buried under soot, each monsoon washing more pigment away. She believed indigo paint repelled scorpions' quirky trick, though you once found 3 nesting behind her masterpiece. Sunlight hitches higher, firing the eastern wall, revealing the crack where Saphia hid love notes. The plaster split during the great quake of Agadir, mainstream enough for imperial records, which means nothing now. A hot gust hurls grit in your face, the desert claiming squatters' rights, as you kick aside a shattered water jug. Shards skitter, announcing your presence to the rats. Silence answers. Even vermin abandoned this carcass of a home. You reel toward the courtyard, crunching roof tiles underfoot, where the fig tree rots mid-fruit. Wasps swarm the caramelized sap, buzzing like miniature muezzins as you snap a brittle twig. 13 years to bear fruit, 3 blinks to die. Perfect math. The well chain dangles, rope long harvested by thieves, its bucket a crumpled skeleton below. You spit, listening, counting 9 heartbeats before the distant plop. Historians still argue whether Marrakesh's groundwater sank from overuse, or djinn pissed it away during a tantrum. Camels snort, impatient, stampeding flies with twitching lips. Their saddles gleam oiled and ready, straps repaired, water skins fat-bellied. Someone prepared them for you, anonymous kindness or fresh debt. The ledger will know. Wind riffles pages, your life reduced to columns as you lift the book. Its weight feels wrong lighter till you spot the missing section. Rats ate the Ait Benhadou entry, the one detailing the widow's silver. A fist-sized rock arcs through the window, crashing into the hearth, knocking loose a chimney brick. Children's laughter flees, bare feet slapping dust, leaving half a date as apology. You pocket the fruit, split pit weeping syrup, tongue touching a scar from the silk trader's betrayal. Noon looms, heat shimmering the courtyard, now a kiln. Camels tuck heads under shadows, enduring patient as salt blocks. You scan the horizon, wind-scoured empty as your chest. No wives rush from neighbors' homes. No creditors loom with bamboo rods. The ledger drops into your satchel, its spine aligned with daggers edge 2 companions returned. Sunlight bleaches vision as you swing onto the lead camel, her groan vibrating through your pelvis. Hesitation costs nothing, but the beasts rise anyway, knees popping, haunches straining. 2 steps carry you past the threshold, 3 past the well. You refuse to look back, a superstition picked up from blue men in the Tafilalt, though your neck muscles scream denial. Hooves crunch packed earth, the village dissolving like a mirage, as wind fills the doorway's mouth with sand. A last exhale, or a yawn, as your home seals itself shut behind you. Camels plod past the bleaching acacia, where 83 travelers once carved names. Yours remains defiant, though time has gnawed half the letters. Scholars parse those grooves, debating dialects, missing the deeper scratch marks. Longing needs no translation. The ledger bounces against your thigh, pages whispering through leather, its spine aligned with dagger's edge. You murmur the first column, numbers as compass, as dunes rise to meet your shadow. Camels kneel, ready again. The camels shift, their groans softening now, hooves sinking into cooling sand. You count their breaths, steady as dunes, each exhale a release of desert heat. The ledger nestles in your satchel, pages stilled, its whispers muffled by worn leather. No numbers haunt you here. Sunlight bleeds into ochre, horizon swallowing the last fierce brightness. Stars prick the eastern veil, timid at first, then bolder as indigo deepens. Your thumb finds the half-date stickiness, sweetness clinging, as night air rinses the metallic thirst from your tongue. Rest now. Silk traders, scar no longer burns its rage, spent miles back, where scorpion tails lose their venom. Breathe slow, match the camel's sway, shoulders loosening grain by grain. Distant bells chime a goat herd's flock, bedding down, their copper song drifting like forgotten lullabies. Sand remembers your shape, cradling hips, pillowing your spine. The last ledger entry fades behind your eyelids, charcoal smudges dissolving into blue-black nothing. No debts out here, just the cosmos keeping its own accounts. Coolness rises through your robes, a balm for sun-baked skin. One camel hums, vibrations traveling up the reins, thrumming through your palm. Close your eyes, the well's distant plop fades. Cracks in clay walls blur. Even the scuttling roaches grow quiet, their legs stilled by starlight. You float between footsteps, anchored only by the next breath, the next heartbeat. Wind smooths your brow gentle as a mother's palm, carrying mint from some hidden wadi. Tomorrow's worries can wait, dawn will find you lighter. Let the dunes sing you home, their song older than salt, older than sorrow. Just sand now, just sky your body, a shadow, melting into the great dark ledger. The camels kneel, knees folding like sunset, their nostrils fluttering with dream scents. You sink deeper, each grain a whisper, each star a footnote. Rest. Voice fades to breath rhythm, last words barely audible. Rest.